What's up, people? Good morning. Good morning. Lower and lumber. Yes, we got a secret squirrel. Secret squirrel. Not only official cameras on. How is everyone doing today? Today the plan is to watch this trial and to see what the hell is going on with this case and whether I can believe this woman, Amber Heard, because it's getting horrible. There's been like some new developments that have happened that I know none of you guys have probably heard of, but we're about to get into it. Let me say what's up to the people in the chat. What's going on? The new kid. Cool. Looking forward to the analysis. Thank you. We got people in the courtroom. It's just like everything is going on today. First, before I get started, I got to give a shout out to Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN is looking out for me. Their link is in the description. If you guys are looking for a VPN, you get like 83 or 85% off from if you're looking for a VPN. Link in the description. Atlas VPN. It's like $2 a month. It's actually pretty good. I've used Atlas VPN. I still do. But if you guys are looking for a VPN, click on the link in the description, and it will be good. Nate, watching the watchers. Yeah, I don't expect this stream to have a whole bunch of people because literally everybody on YouTube is streaming this trial. So we got Legal Bites, we got Viva and Barnes, they're going to be streaming it. Nick Recchietta, Emily D. Baker, like everybody's streaming it. So I'm just doing this because I think it's exciting. I wanted to just have my thoughts out here free. $2 super chat. This is Johnny Country. Hey, Dad. Love from London, UK. Hey, what's going on? These are exciting times. I'm trying to figure out personally what the hell do I think this woman she's going to say today, because I'm assuming this is, we got a lot of explosive stuff that's going to happen today. So let me catch you guys up on the trial before we get to the TMZ stuff and all this other stuff. So first, let me catch you guys up on the trial. We're at day 16. Amber's still going to be on the stand, direct examination. I'm assuming direct may go the full day. If it doesn't go the full day, tomorrow, we are going to, I'm not tomorrow. Tomorrow probably is going to start. If cross examination doesn't start today, it should start tomorrow. That's the reason why I'm here. I'm assuming it may start today. So I'm probably just going to be covering the cross-examination and the direct examination of Amber. Then I'm probably going to be back on Legal Bites or one of those other channels. And I'm probably going to be on those later because, I don't know if I'm going to be streamed from beginning to end. So I might be bumping around. I'm also going to be watching some of those other streams from other lawyers just to see what they're saying and all that stuff. So if you guys are interested in that, we can do that. What else? All right. So what happened? Thanks for becoming a new member, Zoomus. So let's talk about the new developments that happened in the case since over the weekend. All right. So we all know Amber Heard has a new PR team, right? And for those of you who don't know, there was some evidence. Amber Heard had evidence. I know, shocking, right? Amber Heard put out some evidence. And this evidence was to show that Johnny Depp was an abuser. I have the evidence breaking right now. You're going to see the evidence right now. Let me share the evidence. Let's share the evidence. So here is the evidence that Amber Heard's team produced to TMZ. Boom. Official. Right? So we got proof now. Proof. So let me make sure you guys all know what we're looking at. So after Amber's testimony on Friday, the Amber's team tried to get this picture you see on this side in. They tried to put it in. They did everything they could to get this picture in. They said, we need to get this picture in. This picture was to prove two things. Number one, Johnny Depp bloodied her lip. And number two, this was also showing her alleged abuse. And this was proof of her abuse, right? Documentary evidence. So we see it, right? That's what this picture is supposed to show. They gave this to TMZ. They dropped this on TMZ Friday and said, well, Johnny Depp's team argued to the court that they can't admit this picture as evidence of abuse to show that, hey, look, the jury's not getting a full picture. This picture shows Amber Heard with a cut lip and this little post-it that said from Johnny Depp that says, "I shall return, XXX." So what does this picture mean to everybody? Let's say, what does this picture mean to everybody? This picture looks like it's saying Johnny Depp punched her or this under her face, and he left this note, "I shall return to do more." So this is what the team was putting out there. I want to make sure everybody understands. Amber's team have put this out there as this is the proof. Now, there's a problem with that. There's a problem with this picture. So remember, and I think this is where the problem with Amber's testimony always comes up. It's as soon as you look in the details a little bit, it just starts going downhill from there. So what happened with this picture? Well, Amber testified in the UK trial that, hey, she testified in the UK trial that any abuse with Johnny Depp started in 2013, right? The abuse started in 2013. So when TMZ got this picture from Amber Heard, they went straight to the metadata. Well, when was this picture, right? If the abuse starts in 2013, you testified under oath, right? Abuse started in 2013. Abuse started in 2013. Let's look at the metadata from this picture to see when this picture was taken. Well, as TMZ reports, all is not what it seems. Let me share this screen. Let's look at what TMZ actually said. So here's the picture that they dropped to TMZ. And if you read here, so now Depp's team tells TMZ this photo is from 2012. TMZ has seen the metadata. Metadata, for those of you who don't know, is the data about data. So the picture, it's like when the picture was taken, where the picture was taken, that's all metadata. The data is the picture, but the metadata is when the picture was taken, the name of the file, those type of things. That's what's known as metadata. So TMZ, let me put myself on the bottom. Yeah, so TMZ looked at the metadata and confirmed that it was from 2012. Yet in the UK defamation case, Amber's witness statement said the first violent incident was in 2013, a year after the alleged bloody lip photo was taken. So we got a year later, we got the picture. They dropped the TMZ. Now, that's the PR team doing a nice job, right? They dropped the picture. They drop it. Boom. There it is. That's what they don't want to get in. Right? That shows that she abused. But they forget, I think Amber's team forgot that she said the first abuse started in 2013. The picture, everything is in the picture was taken in 2012. So what do you think Amber's team's response to the pictures from a year before you said any abuse started to happen? So what do you think happened? What do you think her team said? How do you think they cleaned this up? Let's go back to the article. They tell us right here in the article how they tried to clean it up. They said, a source close to Amber says she messed up the dates in the UK case. Oh, that solves it, right? She just mixed up the dates. We believe this, right? We believe she mixed up the dates. Lo and behold, the dates are, she under oath, she gives all this testimony, she messed up the dates. Believable. Let's read on. And once she got her therapist records, it showed the alleged abuse from Johnny Depp stemmed back as early as 2012. So they're saying that the timing of the photo makes sense. So now, if this is the best they got, and remember, this is what the PR team dropped, right? This is what the PR team, the recent PR team that they got, this is what they dropped. And obviously they dropped it because they're trying to help Amber move on a little bit. They try to help Amber move on and get a little more sympathy in public. So people have been taking this and trying to make something out of it. But I got to ask you guys, what do you guys think about this photo? This photo looks like, they tried to drop it. It was, then people found out the metadata says it's too old. Then it's kind of like, oh, well, we messed up our dates and actually started a year earlier. Let me know in the chat. Do you guys believe this? Because Amber's team is doomed. I don't know if this, why put this out and then try to massage it? But at least they get this picture out. This picture is going to convince somebody. The team said, "We don't kink shame." Let me see. She should be able to provide her therapist notes then to write. Maybe. But again, this wasn't allowed in court because I'm assuming the judge said, well, this isn't relevant because it happened a year before you said any abuse started. So why would we bring this picture in when it's clearly outside of the range? And when you said the abuse started, you said the abuse started in 2013. Why am I letting the picture in 2012 when you said there was no abuse? Nothing happened. That just doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't allow it in. I don't know. I wouldn't allow it in. So Robbie says it's fake. But Nate, she's a woman. Why would she lie? I don't know. No. We have to understand she's not lying. She's what they say? She's mistaken. She messed up the dates, and we should believe that she messed up the dates. Now, this is why it's hard for me to believe her and believe her side of the story. But what can we say? Let's see. Hold on one second. Let me just make sure. I'm trying to see if I can see if Runkle. They were on DUI Guy's channel. So I wanted to see DUI Guy. Is DUI Guy? DUI Guy. No, they closed off their live stream. They were live earlier, but they're literally waiting to get inside the courtroom. So yeah, so just so people know, we at LawTube, we had there are people who we know that were in the courtroom, but we wanted to get some people in the court. Some people actually would like to get some people in the courtroom to kind of judge the jury, because we can't see the jury, right? The jury's kind of hidden behind the camera, so we want to see the jury. So right now, the interesting part is that there are people who are in the courtroom. Ian, Lauren Lumber, and I forgot the DUI guy. So they're down there about to be in a court, and they're going to judge and give us the perspective from the jury, what they believe the juries are there. So yeah, they are in. So, but again, remember, while you're inside, you can't film, you can't do any of that stuff. So I think they may be able to step into the hallway. So DUI guy is the one who has it. Let me see. Nice pose. Yeah. So I don't know. This photo was supposed to help us believe Amber's story. It was supposed to be, and I think the plan was to put it out that Friday, and then we'll talk about it the whole 10 days. Oh, she has proof. But since it's kind of been debunked, like, it's goddamn, pardon me. It's it's a year before anything else happened. I think it hurt more than it helped, because nobody's been talking about this picture, right? It came out, then it was debunked, and nobody's really talking about this. So, I don't think it helped as much as Amber Heard would have liked it to. I think this picture actually kind of hurt, if any of the jury. But hopefully the jury's not watching any of the coverage and everything, wouldn't have seen this. So, but again, what do you guys think? This is what they're putting out. This is what the new PR team has put this out. The picture is of a bruise. It's of a bruised lip. I don't know who could have done it, but it's a year. It's actually off by a year. So the world is a stage. I do not know. Let me see. I wanted to see. I know Joe. All right. So for those of you who are new, who are just stopping by first, don't forget, check out Atlas VPN in the chat. Link in the description. You get 83% off. Atlas VPN. Those are the nicest people in the world. They've done right by me. So, if you guys need a VPN or looking for a VPN, don't forget to check the Atlas VPN out. And link is in the description. Let me talk. Let's like Nate's stream, everyone. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think at this point in time, no. I think most people are kind of baked in to who they're gonna watch. I know Emily's got a huge following. Emily's almost at 70,000 people. I know Legal Bites is baked in. I'm gonna watch Legal Bites too. Rick, Nick, and a couple of people. But Viva and Barnes are also going. If people, just to give everybody else, it seems like everybody on LawTube's going to be watching the trial live. So, damn, there's so many names. What's his name? The lead attorney, Viva and Barnes, Joe Good Logic, Legal Mindset, Emily D. Baker, Nick Recchietta. Ooh, who else? Who else? Who else? Illegal Bites. And there's some other, a couple of others. Oh, The Lawyer You Know. Like everybody's going to be live streaming it today because I think everybody wants to kind of look at it for themselves and give their own perspective. This video sponsored by Atlas VPN, but I think it's good to get all these different perspectives. And I'm going to be watching some of the other streams while I'm doing this just to make sure. And I got a couple of people coming in. Yeah, Lawyer You Know is live streaming it too. I like his coverage too. His coverage is actually pretty good. Oof. Oh. Red Velvet, thank you. So what do you guys expect today? I don't know. I want to see. I've been trying to figure out. I've been called a misogynist for not believing Amber, and for I've been told I'm only believing Johnny's story, and I'm saying it's hard because I think that narrative is blown up, right? I don't think you can say that anymore credibly. Like, oh, Johnny's. It's like. I think things are more muddied. And I think, I keep saying I don't believe Amber's story, but it's not that I don't believe it because she's a woman and I just believe a man. I just don't, she just like, look at this picture evidence stuff that we've got. It just doesn't make any sense based on the evidence that we have, right? You give me this picture saying it's proof that Johnny hit you, and that is from 2013, and look at the metadata from 2012. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I know if you guys are some Amber fans out there, I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying it. It looks like both BS. I don't know. Let me see. Recchietta. It says, I love your video on why you don't believe in the third far. Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting killed. I'm Reddit. So let's see. The trial. Let me see if there's anything going on in the courtroom. So nothing's really going on yet in the courtroom. Is there anything that anybody wants to see happen? Let me go live. Let me filter this by live. See what's going on. I'm trying to see if this is. I know we have Ian, Runkle of the Bailey, Lauren Lumber. There's a whole bunch of people who are in the courtroom right now. So, all right. So nothing is really happening as of right now. Woo! Damn. I'm looking at all the live streams that have popped up. It's crazy. $5 from the Real Winlets fan. Your prediction: will Amber embrace or avoid the pool? I think Amber's going to drive into the pool. I think she's going to say the dogs did it, right? The thing about this trial is that, all right, another thing I want to make sure that we all understand, especially about the Amber Heard piece, is that one of her big issues, or one of my issues with her, is it's like with Johnny Depp kind of admitted to certain things, like, yeah, I've taken drugs, yeah, I've done this, yeah, I've been bad. Like there were parts of his story where he just copped to, right? But there are parts that he was like, I just absolutely didn't do that. Amber, on the other hand, copped to absolutely nothing, like nothing, right? It's hold on, sent via Discord. Like Amber copped to nothing. She copped to absolutely nothing. Like when she sat there, she's just like, yeah, I did nothing. I'm an angel. I'm so sweet. Like anytime somebody could even perceive something happening negative toward her, she was kind of like, yeah, it was really his fault. Like, and that bothered me because usually when somebody's telling you the truth, or they'll admit to their faults while also, kind of, saying, okay, the other person's done some bad things, but I've done bad things too. Amber, you got none of that. It was just all Johnny's a horrible person. Johnny's a madman. Johnny's a bad guy, but I'm just the angel and absolutely did nothing wrong. Even in my reality, that doesn't happen, right? But for some reason, that's what she wants to sell people. I don't, and I'm just not buying it. The fact that she's selling it this way, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Would it help AH to get photo into evidence if the therapist corroborated the timeline, even if it's missing, even if it means purging AH? I think if you have a therapist notes that says that she said that she was hit and then the photo from 2012, yes. But the problem is, I think you have two problems. Number one, How do you know this photo represents what the therapist note said? And number two, she's already copped under oath a couple of times that the abuse started in 2013. Now you're going back to another year. So, you know, I'm assuming that it wasn't let in because they didn't corroborate any of this stuff, right? If you could corroborate this stuff, then it should be in. But I'm thinking that's why this photo wasn't let in. But maybe it might be let in today. Maybe they did what they needed to do and get it in right now. So we'll see. We'll see. Thank you for the $10 super chat. $10 Aussie truth. This older Aussie will have to watch it on replay. I will be asleep soon. Love watching your content and how you have grown, Nate. You deserve it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oof. I'm trying to see. Let me try to make sure. But thank you. Thank you so much for the kind super chat. All right. Here we go. What's Amber Heard's lawyer's endgame? Can Amber win? Yes. All right, so this is where we're going to go to legal strategy, and this is one thing. This is honestly why I like doing these streams like this. Thanks, Robbie, for the $10. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Let me capture the super chat so I don't lose it before we start. But let me go back to this one because this is one I want to talk to. Okay, strategy. First, for Amber to win, she doesn't have to prove all this stuff happened. She's got to prove one instance of abuse happened. That would take away the claims of just abuse because there are two of those claims that she had put forward were claims of just abuse. Johnny Depp abused me. Now, you may have heard us all talking. We've been talking on multiple streams. What does it mean to be abused? Right? What does it mean? You got physical abuse. You got mental abuse. What does it mean to be abused? So if abuse can be emotional, economic abuse, if the jury finds that, then Johnny Depp loses, right? Because it's really what does abuse mean? That's what this case comes down to. What does abuse mean? But now we have the title of the article. The title of the article says sexual violence, right? Now that is different. That I think Johnny Depp has a better chance of. So Amber Heard's team is trying to attack it both ways. They're trying to show that Johnny Depp with the bottle incident, right? So they're trying to show the bottle incident was the sexual abuse, and then they're trying to just muddy up the waters with regular abuse. So that's their game plan. Can she win? Yes. I think it's easier for Amber Heard to win than it would be for Johnny Depp to win. And I think that's the piece that a lot of people don't really understand. And I think Amber's end game is that if she can get out of this with Johnny losing, then she can go on the Me Too thing, right? I'm a Me Too survivor, my abuser, and that's the piece. So that's what I think she's going for. But I think she'd be successful. No, I think the fact that all the information is out there has killed that. But I think that's what she's going for. Her end game is to destroy him and to gain her career back. Oof. Amber Heard is lying. From what I'm seeing, that's a good bet. Abe for $5 said, "LOL, Fox News just released an article with the headline, 'Will Amber Heard go to jail?' Last week they were in the tank for Amber Heard." Yeah. They were. But even my own journey with this case. Think about my journey with this case, right? It was, I went into this case believing Johnny Depp's chances of being successful here were crap. I thought they were crap. I thought Johnny Depp was he was looking at an uphill battle. And hold on one second. I and I still do on some of the cases. Some of the things that are coming out, I think that he is 110% it's an uphill battle. But now, after the evidence has been presented, I think he's really given himself a great chance to win because right now he's winning by the preponderance of the evidence. I don't think it's happening on the other side. So, we'll see what happens. But if you ask me, the betting man, I honestly think he is winning. Now, to answer this question, I don't think she's going to go to jail, but I understand why Fox News is chaining headlines because anybody who looks at this evidence and saw her performance, really, I think most people know what's going on. I think Fox News woke up and realized this is not going well for us. Abe says, DM'd you the article on Twitter. I'm going to check it out right now. Thank you. Thomas says, did we learn anything more about the sanctions regarding the botched discovery attempt on Amber Heard's devices? No, but I'm assuming that picture that TMZ got was probably one of the fallout from that. There's no, where the metadata maybe didn't match or the metadata is missing, specifically getting image metadata. So I'm assuming that they may go for a negative inference, which if they do, which makes sense because if you say, well, hey, you're supposed to give me the stuff so I can see if it's accurate or not, and you don't give it to me, then the judge can issue you a negative inference and that's essentially saying the jury, whatever negative thing that picture was going to say against your side, the jury can assume that it would have said that, or because the guy's trying to hide it or they haven't presented it. So that's essentially what the negative inference is. So I haven't seen the ruling on that, but hopefully we'll learn about it now. Hold on. Oh, sorry, my brother from another mother is coming in. I sent him the wrong link though. Let me see. Oops. So, oh yeah, sorry, drag. I need the link inside the room. Now, this is a link inside the room. All right, maybe you got to do this one more time, drag. That's the link inside the room. Did I send the, oh no, I didn't. I sent the wrong link. He's right. Uh-oh. I boomed out on my friend right there. But yeah, so I think we're talking about a negative inference, if possible, at the worst case scenario with this. But I haven't seen a ruling on that yet. This is cult member. Anyone have DV experience on the jury? I'm not sure, but it's possible. But I think if a good jury questionnaire would have rooted that out. If I'm I don't know. I can see both sides not wanting someone with that experience, because it just makes the jury process even more volatile, because the person may be talking about their own thing. Let me go to the courtroom and see what's going on right now. Let me pull up the feed. Give me 1 second. So we are in court right now. Here we go. I'm gonna pull up and share. We're looking at the courtroom right now, ladies and gentlemen. Oops, share screen. Here we go. Boop. Let me go back here. Drag now. What's going on, man?
What's going on? Oh, we're finally started, huh?
Yeah, we're about to start soon. We're about to hit up here. There's Amber. I'm trying to figure out. Well, I'm always doing this whole thing what she's wearing. Let me get the last super chat. Brick Carmier. JD may have crap chances, but when facing someone as unlikable as Amber Heard, your chances go way up. 1% we quickly become 20%. I think it's like 50% now. I think it's like 50%. I think Johnny's almost proven his case, to be honest with you. Amber now has to come. She's coming back. I think he's done a lot to make his case really. Britt, thank you for the super chat, but I think John's done a long way. What's up, Drag? What do you how do you feel about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard madness?
I didn't pay too much attention to it, but I sent you a text a few weeks ago. I was asking you, like, bro, I've been just following this stuff, and I know you caught on to it, and I was like, what are with these lawyers? Like, that was the first. I think there was a text message I sent you. Was like, what is going on? I don't know what to say, bro, but just like from the clips of her admitting to whooping his ass and then lying about it in court, and I'm just like, how do you defend someone like this?
I can be very liberal in some instances. I can be very conservative in some instances. But this I think the Me Too movement is as much on trial as Amber Heard, in the sense of this whole just believe allegations and not doing any further up investigations. Because I think that's what's kind of been put out there as, this trial is, do we believe allegations or we believe evidence? And that's kind of what we got now. But again, I want to be very clear. Amber Heard can provide some evidence that says, okay, Johnny did the things that she did. I just haven't seen it now. You know what I'm saying? I just haven't seen it now.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can make allegations. I think that because the pendulum has swung the other way, now you have people like Amber Heard trying to capitalize on it, rather than people who are like actual victims of abuse, trying to seek retribution. And so I think this is sort of the death knell for a lot of people who are just sort of riding that wave, because you should require evidence, right? That bar should be, lower given certain circumstances, right? But I think that people like Amber Heard wait for stuff like this just to manipulate people further, because after this, hell, she'll try to get back with Johnny. Like it is. That's just how some people are.
Yeah. It's what do you think about the fact? Oh no, here they come, the jury. I was about to ask you another question.
Oh, do we need to
judges in? Yes.
All right. Good morning. All
Here
right.
we go.
Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Sure.
That's just my second avatar. Woof. So now I'm assuming right now what they're probably discussing is that fist bump from Friday when they brought up something. So we got the four attorneys there. Rottenborn's handing over some stuff. Looks like they're trying to some stuff they want to introduce. Oof, what would I pay to hear that sidebar? So just so everybody, before she gets on the stand, maybe something else they want to bring up that the judge hasn't approved yet. So it seems like what they're going with now.
So that she could be sort of discussing too the decorum of the courtroom if she saw something that was maybe disconcerting last time, so that she doesn't want to continue whatever that behavior may have been.
Yeah, this may even be about the Kate Moss thing or something, but there's something happening now. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing, but we'll see.
Could be trading Pokemon cards. We don't know.
So do you believe anything this woman has been saying?
It's hard for me to believe a word. Honestly, it's just so, from her claim that, she hadn't done anything to Johnny, just outright, and then having like audio recordings of her admitting to hitting him and trying to play the semantics game with, I didn't punch you, I'm just hitting you. And it's just like, from that point on, anything that she said, I've sort of taken with a grain of salt, but I've not heard her legal team really provide anything.
She's been selected
other than
by
trying
the
to change
Depp team to conduct.
Yeah, that's the issue for me too. I haven't seen anything that makes me think that she is that she's credible, and that's the big issue right now. I just don't see anything that thinks she's credible. Hold on, somebody's coming to the courtroom. All right, now this is nothing. I'm trying to see what they're doing in the background here, but they're not doing anything. Trying to find another feed because Sky News is acting up, so I'm just looking for another feed.
Okay. So I think so.
The lawyers are still talking. Go ahead.
Like my issue is like, how do you defend someone like Amber Heard? What really stuck out to me was and I'm a huge fan of Dr. Shan Curry. Huge fan of Dr. Shan Curry. In more than one respect, but I think her testimony was so damning to Amber's credibility, but she sort of laid out manipulation and just sort of the behavior of someone who has borderline personality disorder and sort of the things that they will do in the presence of others, especially people that they consider intimate partners or close to them. And so, if you understand how that works, then how do you take anything that this woman says as credible, given that she is not taking care of her mental health? And I want to make that very clear. Not that, okay, she has a disorder, there's a stigma, you should never believe anyone. There are plenty of people who have that disorder, but take care of it, right? They take the proper medication, go through the proper therapy. And, from her defecating in his bed, chopping off his finger, and just the myriad of things that she has done, you can quite clearly see that she's unstable. So do you want to really believe somebody like that?
No, I think the issue is coming down to this. It's that Amber's, like, we don't have to believe Amber's full story. We just got to believe part of it. And I just don't believe that we can believe any of it. And I think that's the problem now. There's like none of it. She's gone so overboard and so extreme that it's kind of like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like I want to believe something, but there's nothing there's like nothing there. I can't believe anything. So
the bar for her is lower though, Nate, isn't it? So she just has
very
to say,
low.
Hey, Johnny abused me, and that abuse can be physical, it can be emotional, it can be whatever, right? And
Something
so,
happened.
but Johnny has a history with I think one woman. I was a Winona Ryder for almost over a decade, and
Nothing. No.
yeah, but there's nothing like she can't attest to him being violent. And there was another ex that he had for a few years. I think he had a kid with her, and she can't attest to any of the stuff. So it's like, well, people, especially men who supposedly have this history of abuse, they tend to have a pattern of it in the past, and Johnny doesn't. In fact, even in her own testimony, right at one point, I believe she was sort of detailing her interactions with Johnny, and even as things escalated, he still didn't really, like respond to it. And even the story that led up to the defecation, he is allowing her to physically assault him multiple times, and he walks away. So,
No, this is them playing it again. I'm going to remove this right now. So this is again, this is what's playing on the live stream so people can see it. So they're not in trial yet. I've been stalking it, but it is. But what you were saying? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, but so I think it's interesting. So when you lay things out and you say, okay, well, if I'm going to sort of believe what Amber Heard is saying, there's no precedent for Johnny to behave in the way that Amber Heard is depicting him.
All right.
And he's never come off as,
Here we
as one
go.
of those guys.
Hold on. Here we go. We're back. We're up now.
Mr. Depp occur?
Objection asked and answered.
No over.
Starting with already. Oh,
It would have been early 2012.
And how did you determine this?
I reviewed my therapist's
Objection,
notes.
hearsay.
she's on it already.
Got him.
All right, I'll allow the answer.
Ooh.
By reviewing my therapist's notes.
Objection,
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's explaining what she looked at.
I'll sustain the objection.
Sustaining the objection.
Yeah.
When
So
did you earlier believe
Yeah.
the first act of physical violence occurred?
Well, I had
Mm-hmm.
You can hear it, right?
yeah, I can
always
hear.
believed up until recently that it had started later.
I'm gonna turn us down so they can,
early 2013, not early 2012.
so everybody can turn their stuff up so we
Now,
don't blow their
you
mics out.
testified earlier that the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this in fact still the first act?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Yeah.
What was the first act?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
She gunning her down with objections already.
How do you remember the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget the first time someone hits you like that.
Okay.
I just had the date wrong.
She had the date wrong. You see?
How is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Here we go.
Objection calls for
Already.
speculation.
Overruled.
Explain how she got the date wrong.
You never forget it.
I'm
but you will
embarrassed to
forget the
say,
date.
I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love, and he was sober, and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so
Just so
early
everybody
in the
understands, we
relationship and
started
still
off with
stayed.
she's admitting
He
she
was
got
also
the date
sober
wrong
for a
for
period
the
in
first time.
2012.
So all that stuff
which
she was saying
was
last
a
time,
peaceful time for us,
she was wrong.
in which
She
we
got-
fell in
oh
love.
my God.
So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the
So she
beginning
knows
of
his
that
period of
period,
sobriety, just not when
2012,
the violence happened.
before he got sober,
Correct.
was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police. following the
Objection,
December-
hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse were included in the UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun Council, chose.
When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
Right, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, and it's just asking for date.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
A few months ago, February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in a deposition.
Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. note.
Objection, hearsay.
So, Your Honor, she's not saying what the therapist said. I'm just
I'll
asking.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I looked at my
Vasquez
therapist
is
notes
on
with
it.
the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidents of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
excuse
Did
me,
you sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay. And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
That's not how your memory or my memory works. We were together for 5 years, almost
So they're
4.5.
trying to hook. See, they're trying
And
to spin out all the
it
holes
was
in
a
her
very
story.
violent,
How come you don't
chaotic,
remember all this stuff?
at times very loving, emotional
Emotions. That's not how my mind works.
relationship. So,
But I remember when he was sober.
as anyone can imagine, there was a
Yeah.
lot going on, and unfortunately, the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And, your brain does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So
But then she said earlier that she'd never forget
was,
it. How could she forget it?
frankly, I was shocked to see
I want to play that song.
a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist notes, because she was taking them in real
Objection,
time.
Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain her objection.
Okay, we'll move past what the therapist said in her notes. Okay. Now, there's one more. You also provided a declaration in this case early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Yes, there was a declaration in 2019.
All right. And did you describe some of the events of violence in that declaration?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything, was said about violent acts in that declaration?
I was taking the advice of my counsel. It was to get it moved, I believe.
Now, for everybody that understands,
And
the
was
declaration
there-
and
did you
the
include all
UK
of them?
trial
No.
says
Objection,
totally
leading.
different stuff
Oh.
that she says now. So
No, it did
they
not
know it's
include
about to
all
come
of
out
the
that she's been
incidents of
lying
violence. That was
because
not
that
the
transcript from the
point of
UK
making
is
this
totally different than what she
declaration.
said on at this
We were
trial.
making
So
this
that's why
declaration
they're
in an
doing
effort
this.
to move it to
They
California
got to
because as
throw
hard as it
shade
is to
on the
go
UK
through
stuff.
this sort of trial as it is, it's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Now, you testified earlier about guitars, and you said you've never played a guitar. Have you ever played a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar. It
So
turns
you know
out
what
I
they're
am
doing?
unteachable.
They're looking at all the online stuff
I'm
and
going to take you to the tape
responded to it.
recordings.
Checklist
Why
of
did you and
inconsistencies and
Mr.
they're going
Depp
down the
start
list?
taping each other?
Well, at first it was not at first. It was meant to be a way to get to the heart of
But that's
some of
stuff
our
online. The
communication
jury's not supposed to be
issues,
looking at that kind of stuff anyway.
in order to to discover in a therapeutic fashion, kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
Okay. Now, we heard an audio tape earlier during this trial in which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Yes,
Oh, Drag, can you unmute your mic so I can adjust
couch
your
was a
volume?
word that we
Yeah,
had
there you
been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection, hearsay.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said about this.
That it was a safe word. It was
All right,
meant
you're
to be a
good. You
safe
can mute
word,
up again if
like
you
a
want.
word, like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that you used, or that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was the mention of couch, which you
So they
heard
had a
earlier
safe
in the
word.
recording.
That's what it sounds like.
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with
You know your
Mr.
relationship's
Depp
all messed up when you
about
gotta have a damn safe word.
threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to the
I'm
extent
asking
it
for-
calls for misheard statements.
I'm asking for discussions with Mr. Depp.
Still her.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question? I'm
Yeah. Yes. What did Mr. Depp say in your
I
discussions
don't even know what the
about
question is.
the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection,
Like
leading.
parlay.
Overruled. Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones, we had found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly in. And after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Okay. Now, March 26, 2015, this is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A? This is a tape recording, and it's going to be at 1 minute, 1:01 to 2:29.
Could you say that times again?
Yes, it's 1:01 to 2:29. And if we could, I don't know whether you had turned up that volume. I know it's hard to hear these.
Is this in evidence already?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are the tape recordings between the two, which I think we had agreed.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to
Okay,
confirm
sure.
there's no other voices.
Plaintiffs. Yes, okay. It's not in evidence. I'm sorry.
So they're checking the recording to make sure
It's not in evidence, Your Honor,
Okay.
so could you please confirm that there are no other voices?
This is, I will confirm that.
Okay,
This,
all right.
and it's Depp's exhibit. It's
Right.
Mr. Depp's exhibit.
Plaintiffs 371A then, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 371A in evidence. Thank you.
And we may need to, Sammy, if I could just, if you listen, and we may need to turn that volume up. Sometimes your control is a little bit better than what we have, Max.
I see somebody who's changing always into different versions of a person that I recognize for a brief moment. and then he slips away, and he disappears. And then I get a different version of him. I get the insecure, scared version of him that lashes out in a different medium every time. So if it's Adderall junkie Johnny, then he's abusive and he's a bully and he's a tyrant and he's mean, he's reactionary and he's incendiary, and anything I do and say is cause for violence or anger. If I speak to him honestly, bluntly from the heart, I'm yelling at him. If I argue back with him, then I'm abusive. If I don't say anything, then I am dismissive or absent or what's wrong here or somewhere else. If I engage with him, I'm part of the problem. I'm yelling, I'm mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm part of the problem.
Excellent victim narrative. No matter what she does, she's always a victim.
Because if I look at him the wrong way, he's a problem.
Yeah, she's good at that. But
If
she
I
knows
say
what
the
to
wrong
play.
thing,
I'm the
God knows
victim,
what it
believe
is.
me. And this, look
I'm
at
the
this.
problem.
We're not hearing about
I'm
this. We're
the
hearing her
problem.
own self-serving statement. This is her saying this crap.
That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean when you were saying that to Mr. Depp?
That no matter, my perception was that no matter what I did, no matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him, to confront him, to try to, nothing I did made a difference. Nothing I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down. And I was constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost
So now he has
like
multiple
independent
personality
versions
disorder.
of this person, depending on what combination of drugs and alcohol he was on.
No,
That's what I was trying to express to
Amber
him.
sniffing
It's
into the mic.
just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him,
Thanks, Jane.
and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15, 2015, the premiere of When I Live My Life Over Again. What, if anything, did you do for that premiere?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 421, please? Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the
Publish to the
jury?
jury.
Thank you. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what this picture is?
That is a picture of me a few months, I believe this is April of 2015, so it's a few months after the March incident that happened in Australia, early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass.
Interesting, she remembered that.
And
In that attack.
Yeah.
and
Very,
if we
very
could
good
draw
detail.
attention to your arm there, are those scars?
The,
What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
She's leading.
Yeah,
those
but
are
that's
scars
changed
that
up.
I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 423, please?
All right, so she's got some pictures of some scars, but I don't know what those scars are from. But she
And does
says
this
they're from Johnny.
accurately portray the scene shown?
Let's see what they got now.
Yes, that's
Hold on a second. I'm going to
Yes.
move the admission of Defendants 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
So those
Thank you. May we publish?
scratches. All right.
All right, and please describe to the jury what this shows.
it is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see my scars. Even though I have makeup on them, they're a bit harder to cover because they're rather fresh.
Now, after this, in April of
cool.
2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp.
Wounds get
did you not?
worse the more they're
Objection
there,
leading.
not early on.
Overruled out loud.
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury about that trip.
Well, after
That
After
picture, that last picture,
Johnny was able to get
whatever.
clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. His doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean. and so
Objection,
there was this-
hearsay, non-responsive.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did. Just tell the other part. Just don't say what somebody else said. Okay?
So there was this period of sobriety after that. And Johnny was very committed to being clean and sober. And I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it, was so peaceful. We had we had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that, in that state, and had a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies and about buying a farm and, looking for homes in California. And we were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. I mean, remodeled, very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in March, early March?
The home isn't the problem. If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence live in their homes. That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me, Johnny was my home. Where we were a couple was my home. And that home was often really violent, but it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny. And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180, clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. I mean, any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very
She's
different.
really playing up on the alcohol and
June
drugs.
16,
He abused me when he was drunk.
2015,
That's her
the
whole
Magic
story.
Mike tour. Where did you go for that tour?
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection, non-responsive.
That was still responsive.
Well, sustained objection. Next question.
Michelle, can you
Yeah,
please
she's
bring up
going off on a
Defendant's
tangent.
Exhibit
They ain't letting her get on those
447?
tangents this morning.
I'm going to ask you first, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And Michelle, if you could zoom in just a little bit closer. Amber, could you tell the
Enhance.
jury about this picture?
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in.
All right, I got to ask
you
you
can
guys in the
see
chat.
The
Those
scars on my
4
body,
scars,
on my arms,
does that prove what she
You can't
said
see.
that this is a violent,
everything, of course.
like
but
almost sexual assault? And those 4
And
scars are from
Michelle,
that.
can you
And those
bring
are
up
the only 4
Defendant's
scars we
Exhibit
see.
449?
So if someone's a victim of an assault, sexual, otherwise, they tend to have defensive wounds. Those don't look like defensive wounds. I don't even think
And
defensive
Amber,
wounds
does
show up
this
here. They're
accurately
typically
depict
on
the scene
the
of
back of the
betrayal?
hand because they're trying to defend,
Yes, it does.
not
Your Honor,
back
I'm going to
here.
move the admission
down
of
here.
defendants 449.
No
All
objection.
right,
It's weird
449
that she could
is.
cover up bruises with a makeup that
And
didn't exist
Amber,
until
could
3
you
years
please
later,
describe
but
to
she
the
couldn't
jury
do
what
it for
this
those scars.
portrays?
This is, you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time, Johnny was calling me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events, and sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations
That's a
about
tissue
why
in
I
your
didn't
hand.
pick
You're
up
not on the
sooner,
phone with him.
didn't text
You're on a
back
tissue.
sooner,
That's
and
tissue, right?
sometimes
That wasn't the phone.
I actually
Your
on this
phone
tour
was too
many
expensive, you'll know
times
about it.
had to delay
Yeah, what are
getting
you
out of the
talking about?
car or
Objection,
they-
non-responsive.
I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour?
he was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and
I'm gonna
having to
say
hang
it,
up
Amber.
to
You
do
sound full of
press events.
shit. This is not working for me. Give me something better
Now,
than
I'm going
this.
to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
No.
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence. Now, Mr. McGivern testified that he took this picture in July of 2013. Would you agree with that?
Objection misstates prior testimony.
That's exactly what he testified to.
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't. It
I-
wasn't.
I have the transcript.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnelly.
Is that correct?
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us. Yes,
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
it was in 2015.
So they're showing
Okay.
a picture with Johnny
July.
and the China from
And
the punch from the
Please
punch.
describe, if you can, what
see what she says about
transpired
it.
during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning him wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by kind of got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long
didn't actually
time.
drink
And
at this
every
point. They were
time
arguing about
he kind
allowing
of
him
pulled
to
me
drink,
away
but
from
he's
the
violent
side of the
without
car,
alcohol,
he'd
supposedly.
slam me up against the
Yeah, he's
wall.
not
And I
drunk this
remember
time.
looking
He's
down
sober.
at him
Yeah,
and
no.
trying to
So that's
get his
interesting.
arms off of my neck.
Even though he made a big
And
deal out
I
of him
remember
turning into
thinking
this Mr. Hyde
that
after he drank.
he could
So evidently he
he
didn't
could
need
not even
alcohol
mean to
to
kill
be
me.
violent to her.
I
supposedly.
remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it, and kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to his arms away from my neck. I remember I had at one point he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he rips the shirt off of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up. The next morning, actually, I woke up with it still
That's a
around my neck
strange assault.
and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
Did you keep a diary at that time?
Yes, I did.
What about the
Michelle, can
picture
you
with
bring
him
up
being
defendant's
punched in the
exhibit
head? He's got a black eye.
461?
How did he get the black eye? She hasn't said anything about how he got the black eye. This doesn't make any sense, Amber. He has a black
Objection,
eye.
hearsay.
You have no injuries. This makes no sense, Amber.
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just
He was
ask.
choking
How the
her
hell
out
did
of
he end up
nowhere.
with a black
rather than
eye from
trying
that
to
story?
He
admit
got
any
mad
evidence
and
at
was
this
swinging
point.
and hit himself. He
Go
forgot
ahead,
who he
Michelle,
was.
go ahead.
That's how.
What if anything do you recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did.
If he
I'm
had
not
enough time
asking
to
what
rip
she
her
did.
shirt off and then wrap it
All right,
around
go
her,
ahead. Overruled.
she could have gotten in some good blows or gotten away or
I
screamed for
wrote
help.
about
If
what
that's-
happened that
if he
night,
actually did that.
the next
There's
morning.
more the notion to take someone's
you.
shirt off and then
Now,
tie it up and wrap it
did
around
Mr.
their neck.
Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Now, I'm going to.
But we
keep
don't
you
have
in
anything showing that
July
she
of
was injured. We don't have
2015,
anything
and
showing she
Michelle,
was
I'm gonna
injured. She
ask you
just
to
says,
bring up
I'm injured, he's injured,
Depp
and there's no evidence.
Exhibit
Believe me.
You would have defensive
398.
room.
It's a
She would
recording.
actually have a lot of defensive
And
room
I'm
during
going to
that.
be asking about from
She's wearing the Dr.
3:30
Evil shirt.
to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. There's nobody else in
It's
here.
plaintiffs, what number was it?
It's plaintiffs, it's 390A.
Okay. Any objection to 390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mhm.
May we approach?
Okay.
All right, so let's recap this for the chat real quick. All right, so we got first about the first she made a mistake when she said the first incident happened in 2013. She was mistaken. It actually happened in 2012. Now we learned that today. The cuts, those 4 cuts in her arms, are the
Any objection
proof
then?
that she
No
has
objection.
violent
All right.
abuse.
390A in evidence.
And the fact that Johnny Depp has a black eye means that Johnny Depp was assaulting her and punched himself in the face.
It's fine. It's secretive.
This is her story.
It's deceitful. You already you had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
Listen
shut
to
up.
me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
So that's proof. So it raises this
Let's go to
proof that he
August
beat and
2015.
sexually assaulted her.
Please
That's essentially what she's
describe
saying. That
your
the best
relationship
she
with
has
Mr.
is him
Depp
raising
in
his
that
voice in
time
this way.
frame.
Well, we know
You said
something. He raised
August?
his voice out of
August
frustration. He did do that.
2015.
I heard it.
August 2015 was a very difficult time
And
following
we know that she was
the
scared
brief
because we saw
honeymoon
her
we
jump.
had. Johnny's use continued, started again is a better way to describe it. And
Too many things.
lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem. or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, so
Overruled.
thank you.
And so I was considering taking that job. And there was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down. But obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work.
Thanks.
And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role.
Very much prepared.
The constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch a screener of it, which is a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place and we're screening this film that I appeared in. And there was a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He was irate and was calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was
How would they know to get a
pressure
body double
cooker.
if the directors never discussed it with them?
I called it a week of hell later.
That doesn't make any sense.
Objection, hearsay.
She could have just said, yeah, we discussed it. I told them, no, they got a body double.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he
that's not me. It's
punched
a body
me
double.
across the jaw. At one point,
Now,
he
she's got to
kind of
have
either
something
pushed
for this.
or
Some
through. It's
some
hard to
pictures of
describe
something.
to
She's
you
making a lot of
which
damn
of those
claims.
two it is, because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture.
Now we got to have
later thought
some
I had a
injury.
concussion.
She's saying
It was
crazy
the first
stuff
time I
happened.
thought I
Unless
had
she's
sustained a
Superwoman,
concussion.
something's got to. She's got to show us
and
something
that's-
because she's writing a
wrote
lot of
about it
checks,
later.
but I need to see something cash.
Now, did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder on Mr. Depp's computer?
Yes,
What was it labeled?
it was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said "No fun for JD" in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
Porn.
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red
Thanks, Jay.
carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where it zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage. Anytime I moved. And
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain as to what she believes it was.
Okay.
Just so everybody understands, this
What
is
pictures were in that
uncorroborated
folder that
testimony.
we
She's
have
just
seen
saying
today?
everything is only
The
her.
ones I
her,
saw,
her. No
of
other
the,
witnesses, nothing.
kind of
It's just her.
rose gold dress and the red dress were both
A
in
bunch
that.
of pictures of her on the red carpet. She's
Now,
dressing
what, if anything,
for the
did
occasion,
Mr.
and so
Depp
she's sort of
say to you or ask you
trying to get
about
these
how you
implications of
got those
why
cuts
he
on
chose
your
those
arm?
pictures outside of
Nothing.
the sexy pictures of my wife.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me how I got any of those scars.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often in fights would cut his arms or hold a knife to his chest or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending. He also put cigarettes out on himself.
It sounds like he's more prone to hurt himself than her. That doesn't help her
Once or
testimony.
twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming at my
MAGA
face
country.
as he put the cigarette out on his cheek.
He did it while screaming MAGA country.
Now, I'm going to take you to September
This is crazy.
15, 2015, and Michelle, if we can bring up
Why take
Depp
your
exhibit,
anger
that's
out on
plaintiff's
yourself
exhibit
when you have a punching bag with your body?
345A. This is another audio recording, and it's 5:54 to 7:55. I'd like to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
I honestly can't see a
No
rational
objection.
person believing this shit,
345A in evidence. Thank you.
Not what
especially
she's
actual
giving me.
victims of violence.
I was gonna pour you one.
I'm an alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
All right. Well, your truth is really interesting too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the
All right.
first
Give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine,
noticed.
please, so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
I'm not escaping. I'll be back in 15
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time.
Be
When you-
careful. Your
I
mic
pull you
might be a little
Well-
higher, so just be careful when you speak. I put it on auto adjust.
When you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you put me out?
You tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
How did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, I just tried to pull me
By
out.
pounding on the door and waking you up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case that you vomited. I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you were
Because if
afraid
I
I was going to die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very
But I
likely.
vomit a lot.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep. Even
Really?
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be so good. I hope so.
What? You don't vomit a lot? Or you get tongue bad? What do you mean you have tongue vomit? You don't vomit a lot? No, it's okay. Nice one. You try it.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular.
What the
tape
hell was
recording.
that for?
Well, Johnny at the time was
Drunk?
wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar. And we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick. And you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit.
So you won't aspirate. Yeah.
It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So the advice I got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that, I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
So she always throws in like a little extra swipe. I was helping him, he swiped at me, and then we did the regular stuff. Like she's just throwing. See, like she's throwing that in.
356A.
That's a strange thing to do if
and
someone's
we recorded
actively
as
vomiting because they're so
3107
intoxicated for them to do that.
3230.
That takes a lot of
I'm
awareness.
going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
I don't know. And I'm throwing in my
Objection.
guts. I'm
All
not
right.
throwing punches.
356A in evidence.
Thank you, Your
Plaintiffs.
Honor. So, thank you.
Lie.
And they can
Vincent's
punch me in
team
the
member.
fucking
They
thing.
might
You
swat
think
away
you
if they
you
feel
said,
they're in danger,
"Don't
but
fucking
actually
punch me."
swing on
What the fuck
somebody,
are you talking
no.
about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie, and then
I
I
didn't
said,
punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
You,
hit
punched me.
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you.
Ooh, here we
you're
go.
not punched.
Here we go.
Don't tell me what it
What's she
feels
gonna
like
say
to be
about
punched.
this?
No, a lot of fights been around a long time. I know.
Wait to hear this
No,
shit.
when you fucking
Yeah, I got.
have a closed
Yeah,
fist.
I'm gonna see how she cleans this up.
I'm sorry I hit you like this.
I'm all ears,
I did not
Amber.
punch you.
You got to give
I
me
did
something
not
good for this
fucking
one.
deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You
I
can't
don't know
deck
what
me.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
She sounds
That's
like
the
a victim
difference
right
between
now.
me and you. You're
Yeah.
a fucking baby.
Because
like
you
a
start
You are
physical
victim of
fights.
abuse.
Baby,
Because
grow
you-
the fuck up,
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the fuck out of there.
She's
You
a
did
victim,
something right,
but she started physical fights.
You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse?
Every single time.
She said, you were still being admirable, right? Just by running away.
Amber, please explain to the jury what's transpiring in that audio recording, what that's about.
Well, there's two different situations that we're referencing in this fight, two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him, I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity, the disparity between Johnny and I in our physical fights, the disparity of how he would proactively punch me and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him.
You say so she's reactive violence.
Which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense.
Before, I never hit her before.
Those two, and I'm highlighting the difference.
But
between
she
them.
said in the
Even if
recording that she starts the fight.
They're very different.
Yeah.
and that's what
So
I'm
this
pointing out.
is contradicting literally what we just heard her say.
The situation.
Amber, you don't listen to the tape.
Of that is, it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3.
Johnny would just wake up, I got you, bitch, and
I was
just
trying
like
to
just
shut
sock
the
her
door,
one good
our
time
bedroom door.
to start it
Actually,
off.
I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his body and his limbs to try to bust through the door as I was trying to keep it closed because I knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his arms, his body, as he was trying to.
We don't have any pictures of his defensive moves, do we? We need some of those.
And that is a separate incident.
They know,
that we later
they
talk
showed
about,
them all.
you know,
He's got,
sometimes
yeah, he's
that recording where we're talking
he's
about
got it.
We
my
need
toes
them now.
that involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door. And it was one of those ones that he was passing out in. And I could hear him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed doors, passing
Hear
out.
him
I heard
passing out?
blood, I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door, swinging at me. I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me.
Now, I want to ask everybody to
Johnny
chat.
later,
Pretend she's a man while she's saying this.
Blame me in his.
It's the scene from The
inability to
Shining.
Understand what happened.
That's what it looks like.
Not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us.
You just admitted to
And
starting
he-
physical.
You
fight.
said you did. You said you do.
He blamed me for
And,
something that I admitted to.
That was the second door. I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look,
Through the lawyer's face.
I can only
She
do my
ain't making
best
no
to
sense.
respond. I was in
You
pain.
take
I was
accountability for what
scared,
you
and I
thought
can't
you were
promise
doing, not
that
what you
when I'm
actually did.
scared and in
Why would you
pain,
do that?
and I won't react.
If he's
I know
believing
very
you're
well
doing
what
something
our
you're not
situation
doing, and then
is
you
and
take
what should happen
accountability
to me
for it,
should I not react.
then you're further pigeonholing yourself, if that were the
So
case.
I'm going to play another clip from that same discussion, and Your Honor, will be Plaintiff's Exhibit Depths 356B, we'll call that.
Her
and it would be
excuses make
1:29,
no sense. Absolutely no sense.
Does it contradict the video, or excuse me, the audio that we just heard? Like,
Yes. Don't believe what I said. Believe what I'm telling you now. That's her defense.
New story. New story.
All right, 356.
Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really need it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it, you know? And I think, honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to in those interactions. I have to.
She doesn't want to say she's lying.
Relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't. I took on as much as I could for myself. I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blamed for walking away, blamed for staying, and I blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it, blame myself for staying, blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame, feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change. It's almost more reassuring to
You
take
can change it if
accountability
you didn't start it.
than to accept
Facts.
the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change no matter what you do.
You
No
can
matter
walk
what I
away.
did.
You can. There's ways
matter
to
what
get
I
out of
did,
it.
still
Johnny
didn't.
could have done the same thing, to be fair.
I'm now going to take you to October 5, 2015, and Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit, Deb's Exhibit 393A, it's another recording, 2:40 to 3:43. Move the admission.
Her excuses for those other two recordings are
393A, plaintiffs in
horrible. Horrible.
Fact of the matter is, Johnny, they don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. The tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to, yet again, this happening. That is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think, or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you
and
a
none
question.
of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually seen. Really? Have they been in the hallway? Yeah. Have they seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan
Because
could fucking quote us.
Great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse like this. They know they work for you or they're your friends. That
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that conversation.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights, and that
The staff is
he
all
would constantly
done.
threaten to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong, that it's all me. And he would do that in almost all of our fights, especially at 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up, so that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong. And that was, what I had to agree
Johnny
to.
shouldn't have got them involved in
over and
that.
over again, just even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense, so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
She's kicking my ass. Help, help, help. Back me up.
Just tell the jury, and we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving.
Oh, Mr. Sterling, man, you need to quit.
Altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had his son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know he was disappearing with Mr. Manson with coke?
There was a line of coke leading to
That's what
Manson's
I knew of their
mansion.
relationship at the time. And he was
Objection calls for
disappearing every 5
speculation.
I'll
minutes.
sustain the objection.
All right.
Yeah, that's pure
So
speculation.
he got up for a longer period of time, not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was incumbent, on me, because it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who was really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that, is different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it from.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
If he was on Quaaludes, how did he have enough awareness to even
I
be
wanted
violent?
to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know.
That's a weird drug to be
Objection,
violent on.
non-responsive.
I think
That's why I followed him.
Okay.
To
All right,
Your
so-
Honor.
So what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did
Yeah,
you do
she's
next?
not responding
I
to the
went
question.
upstairs
What was the question? She
to
don't.
the
Nobody even knows.
Johnny, drugs,
apartment,
alcohol,
the main
violence.
apartment,
What was the
apartment that we
question?
were celebrating Thanksgiving in, to try to figure out what was going on. And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt. Kind of flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass.
Well, she didn't
of
say
wine in my
I
hand at the
inadvertently
time,
said something
which spilled
to him that,
everywhere and
pissed him off.
shattered. And I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in
That'd be a
after
good
me,
qualifier.
and there was this heavy, like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter and hurled it at my head, my face. It missed, thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall, above the bed. I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall in the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs, and I passed my closet. I had to change my shirt, and I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out, and I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
So she might have a picture of an injury here. Let's see it.
So we talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did miss one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up
Here we go.
Defendant's
Let's
Exhibit
see the picture.
518?
We got another pic.
Amber, does that accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
No objection.
All right, 518, defendants and evidence you can publish.
And this is from December 15, I believe. Could you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Yes, so it's a picture of my bruised temple. And Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down, and it was.
You're a
punching my
medic.
head.
What do you see here?
I'm repeatedly.
It looks like there's some brown discoloration, but this looks like, if anything, a small bruise that had been healing for a little while.
Let me see what she said. She said she got repeatedly punched.
December, early January.
So she said that's from repeated punching.
There's no way.
I'm going to
Unless he
take
hits
you
like
to
an infant.
February of
There's no way.
2016. Can you please describe to the jury?
There's not a lot of
what
flesh
was
right
going
there.
on
Like
for
that's going to
you
bruise
and
very
Johnny in
easily.
this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents.
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his
The
mental
jury.
health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. It's what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honors, calls for
Yeah,
speculation.
she can say what she
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next
Yeah, that's leading.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's
I'm catching on.
state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
He-
I'll sustain the objection.
Please tell
She
the
can
jury
imply
exactly
that by
what
saying that
was
he
doing
said that there
led
were
you to
people
believe
there
he
that
was
weren't.
hallucinating.
She was there as
Objection
witnesses.
leading.
She can say that, and
What,
it's
if
heavily
anything,
implied.
was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe he was hallucinating?
Same objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
She's still
What? Please describe what Mr. Depp was saying in January of 2016.
We could
He
get
was
that
talking to
question
people
out.
who weren't there, meaning people who were not in the room. He was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him.
See, there you go.
And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment.
Definitely
on
not her
somebody who was in the
gaslighting.
room
Let me
behind me
tell
that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt.
If I was her, I
man was in
would
the room
say
with us
one
or
of the
not at
drugs that he's known to take that can cause
But I remember
hallucinations.
he
I'd
put his
watch him take
fist on
that.
a white-
And then
whiteboard
afterwards,
in
he's
the
claiming that this person
He
had a conversation where I did X, Y,
right
and
in
Z.
front of me. And
That
Objection
way, you
calls
can
for
connect the known
speculation.
drug
Don't use
use
the word
to the
hallucinate.
claims to make it
Describe
sound more
what led
credible.
you to believe
Your
that.
Honor,
I'll
objection.
sustain the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury what you
Your Honor,
observed.
may we approach?
Okay.
I'm sorry because I was trying to hear what she was saying.
Oh,
So
yeah.
What were you saying again? I'm sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So for that claim about hallucinations, like we already know that he uses drugs. So what she
Yes.
should have done is said, "Hey, I watched him, use some of these drugs," and then afterwards he had claimed that I did or said something that obviously didn't occur, and so then we had an argument about that. That way, it's like, well, we know that, like, there's a precedent for drug use. You can look up the side effects to them. If hallucinations, one of them, boom, it sounds way more credible than her just sort of saying he just hallucinated out of nowhere. And it's like that doesn't happen. That's not unless he has a long-standing history of mental illness that's documented.
It was erratic, irrational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now, I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time, Johnny was.
For those of you who have super
Again,
chat, I am going to read your
behaving in a
super
way
chats. They're stored and
very
saved, so don't
that
worry about it. I will read your
was
super chats.
terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she can describe what she's, what are you describing what you're observing?
Yes.
Please continue.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something. Some person in the room with me that had just walked out, or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that, even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had, or what belief he had, or what accusation he made of me, in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me. It was terrifying because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th, we were in his Sweetser compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has. And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house. I believe I'd been across the street, and I slept on the couch. We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not, I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was
Her
gonna happen.
emotions
So I
are
was
just so different
having
than
interaction with him and
the last
really
couple of
worried
days.
about that on the morning of the 10th.
No tears, no emotions.
So I'm
She's
going
just
to ask you to bring up defendant's
Much more
exhibit
composed.
638. It's
Yeah.
already admitted in evidence, Your Honor. And this is from February 10, 2016. And I'm going to ask you to play it, Michelle.
she stopped all the overacting. It seems like she's trying to tone it down.
What happened?
What happened?
Nothing happened this morning. You know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going? You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really? See that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker?
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
I'm not even sure what he's mad at. If he was mad at her, he would have directed some of that anger towards her, whatever he's mad at.
Why Why did you
But-
videotape this?
I gotta say, mega pint, baby. That was definitely a mega pint.
I knew he wouldn't remember. that he would
Objection
deny
calls
it.
for speculation.
Sustain.
Rather than what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you.
I was afraid. It was scary. It's scary.
You could see how afraid she was on that
Scared.
video too, laughing,
I didn't
smiling.
remember.
Objection calls for
You're
speculation.
under,
Sustain the objection.
Oh, he found he lost a lot of money. Okay.
Yeah, he lost. Yeah.
all right. So
So,
I'm going to now. take
interesting that
you
she'd record
out
that.
To April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened?
This doesn't look good
that
for her,
night
honestly.
With respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
No, that's the best. That's the best evidence she's got, though. That him
He
kicking around stuff. The mega pint.
I measured things like that in the
At
lab
time,
too, by the way.
yeah,
Megaliters.
that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days. Just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender.
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2 days. Good.
And
I love her response. I don't think it calls for speculation.
On my birthday, I said, "Well, you gonna make it to my birthday party? We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it."
Objection hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Overruled.
asserted. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting. I think he said maybe 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He, of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was delaying leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there. I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And we had a toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said. It was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded what I was feeling.
Qualifier.
Yeah, I won't say what they said, but thanks for saying that objection.
An argument followed that. I got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went like right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it. And I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore. And the fight continued into the salon area, which is outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street that this window overlooked. In that moment, I went, oh no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay
Sorry, we
somewhere
had some
else for the
bots, so I
evening.
had to put on
left
subscribe
that
only
room,
mode. But
went into the office.
as soon as the bots go away, I'll go back to the
we were still
regular to
screaming names at
regular
each
thing.
other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body. I remember trying to fight him off of me. At some point, we're back in my main bedroom, and I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom. And when I came out, we had another shoving match, but this one, he kind of like, I remember he chest bumped me in this like bro-y way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he kind of held me down by the shoulders down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes, and he taunt me, grabbed me by the pubic bone, pubic.
Grabbed her literally by the pussy.
As best I can describe it, is he kind of just pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it, and he was asking me.
She said he pulled a Trump.
He asked me if
She said he pulled a Trump, grabbed her by the pussy. That's what he's saying, right?
That's what it sounds like.
Tough like a man now.
Wow.
That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he.
You know, I'm
left.
going to buy that one. I'm going to go. JD, you're wrong for that. I'm buying it.
After that, I remember he was still in the apartment when
point,
it
Amber.
happened. But I remember
He's a Trump supporter. JD's a Trump supporter.
collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just I remember feeling exhausted and crying.
So
and
after being
trying to
dragged
find myself,
around,
if you will,
this is what
I
she does?
remember saying to him, "Just can we not fight like this? They're like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing this? Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's just call it couch. Let's call it truce and not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this." I was just so tired, hurt, and I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded.
Did she say she wrote the pubic grabbing? Did she write that in her journal?
That's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone.
she brought up a journal, but she doesn't.
and
She
that
didn't
no one would ever
say
love me
that
because
she wrote anything in it.
all
I
of
don't.
this pointing to
Did you
my
keep a journal? Yeah, but
face
then
or body,
they moved
all
on.
of this was going to go away.
Because
No one
that
would
seems
ever love
significant.
me.
That'd be
He
something
said
I'd write in
he'd
a
ever
journal.
love me, and I
Or tell a
did
friend,
most
right?
waking up alone. And he said this was all my fault and what I asked for, and he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, "Oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now?" And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday," and stormed out. at some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
It was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
I texted, actually, well, I can't say what I texted. I woke up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday, and I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me.
You told her about the event?
Putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in, because there was a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass. And
you explain what happened?
She put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny just,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Offered to prove the truth.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
I'm surprised at that one.
And so we eventually got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dogs, left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan.
This is right before she shot in the bed.
I would go and celebrate my birthday. And
yes, we're getting to the bed shit part.
I'm accustomed to doing, just trying to move through it, move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though it was impossible.
At no point does she mention what happened to the friend.
What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you?
It's just excited to go to Coachella, not, hey, this guy just literally sexually assaulted me and broke everything.
Supposed to
and walked
drive
off.
down, have dinner,
dragging me around by the
stay
pee
in the room, maybe do some.
Seemed like
writing,
something important to
like that in the
remember.
room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
Johnny's dog, at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading and relevance.
Overruled.
The dog, yeah. She's going to say the dog pooped on the bed. Here we go, guys.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog. Never met a dog that was quite like this. So she had some control issues, hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers. And it was customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So we leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
Damn.
And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning, or they came every day, as far as I know.
Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Did
Inconsistent
you
statement.
commit any kind of prank?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what grown woman does.
Just so everybody understand, she said it was a prank
was not
before,
also in a pranking
and now
mood.
she's trying to clean it up. That it wasn't a prank. That it was a dog just did it accidentally. It was not a prank.
It was really
She lied when she said it
serious, and I
was.
had just been attacked on my 30th birthday.
And Boo is a teacup
my
Yorkie,
violent
correct?
husband, with whom I was desperately in
Yeah, I think
love
so.
and knew I needed to leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, it was he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection
Eastern
calls for
Columbia.
speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that
Okay,
one, what she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay, next question.
Thank you. All right, so let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay, and who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that my life was in. I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't
Okay.
know, this might be a good breaking.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the
Break.
case with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes.
Break. All right, hot take. What do you think? How do you think she did?
Terrible. Well, just from the very beginning, you could just take shot after shot at the number of objections that were sustained, mostly hearsay, right? And at some point, I would have imagined that her legal counsel would have sort of coached her and that, we need to sort of solidify your
come back
experience
at
and
10:50.
stop bringing in all these
Okay.
extraneous
10:50.
opinions from people that you think validate you, because it doesn't make you look better at all. But I think that it's funny to hear her response. It's probably my best experience with this is her contradicting the audio that people just heard, and her trying to find a way to go, no, don't listen to me in the past because that version is unreliable. The new version of me here and now has a better version of things to tell you because they definitely don't contradict one another. I mean, it's just like it's mind-boggling. It really is that she thinks that people are going to buy this.
Let me get to these super chats because people are right. It's a nice little stopping point for the super chats. Let me get out these super chats real quick, and then we're gonna go through the breakdown. I believe Amber Heard, like I believe G-Man, doesn't have impure thoughts about drag. Great. AH is more believable than G-Man, saying he does not have blank thoughts about drag. Jeremy is hitting you hard. Thanks, JB, for the super steer. Thank you, Jeremy, for the super chats. Angry Roach, is it the first time she said that JD harmed/injured himself? No, she says JD cut off his own finger. So yeah, so we're getting into crazy town. She said JD cut off his own finger. Adam says she took the story of him throwing a bottle and missing from Ellen Birkin. Yeah, I remember there's a story of her saying that, which she denies. She's trying to make the witness's story valid. Well, she's trying to show that there's a pattern, right? There's a pattern. He did it to her. He's doing it to me. He's doing it to everybody else. That's what they're trying to do. And we're supposed to be hearing from that witness too in this trial. Get rid of the spammers, please. The balloons are distracting in the chat. We got rid of the bots. There were a lot of bots in there. Here is another $10 super chat. Every story. He's always under the influence, so she can say whatever she wants, and he has to prove otherwise. Setting up a camera every time he's stressed, hoping for gold, uncheck. This is bipolar disorder, is
borderline
dangerous. Borderline personality disorder is dangerous. Well, I do agree here because I think one of the key points from what she was saying is that the one time. But we'll talk about it because the one time she says that she did hit him, that was the time that he wasn't drunk. Like at first she was like, he's always drunk. Yeah. But then remember there was this one time where he wasn't drunk at all. Yeah, and then all of a sudden he's violent when he's not drunk.
He's choking her, and then he's ripping his shirt off, and then he's using it as a garrote of some sort. But he wasn't drunk. They were arguing about him trying to drink.
Yeah. So. This is it fair to want justice for Johnny Depp? I understand Amber Heard's mental issues, but she seems to continue to make stuff up. No accountability at all. It seems like a lot of this is made up. I'm not gonna lie. It seems like a lot of this is made up. Thank you, Cypher, for the $5. I don't know. It may be her condition or maybe something else. I just don't know. Nate, give G-Man bigger bruises playing chess than A Heard and Amber had in that picture. Yeah, we're gonna go over it because I took a lot of notes, so I'm gonna show you guys my PowerPoints. My dog ate my homework, then shit on the bed. That's a good one. Objection. Game editor is having a field day. Yes, they are. Thank you for the glorious super chats, people. Let's see if we had any more come in so I can star them. If not, all right. So, drag. Got rid of the super chats. Thank you everybody who's donated a super chat. Again, I will be reading them during the break. So if you have anything that you want us to answer or want us to read, just let us know. All right, so back to this. So the first thing I want to talk about is she changed her story from the first time he was violent in 2012, but she had previously testified that it was 2013.
Right. That was the first sort of incidents where they wanted to get that out in front, say, hey, I didn't remember it. And then she sort of goes into detail about, well, when you're a victim of violence, you never really forget it. And it's just like, well, she knew a lot of dates after that and a lot of time frames too.
Yeah.
Just especially when it came to his drinking, when it came to his drug use, when it came to very specific events, like, the infamous turd incident. She had a really good recollection, especially the amount of detail that she knew about that train car incident that doesn't seem all that credible, but fine. It's interesting that she'll remember that sort of stuff. But this other incident, she got the entire, it wasn't even like a month or the specific day. Okay, maybe 15, 17, not a huge issue, but an entire year difference. That was pretty interesting to me.
But that was because she's trying to get in this pic. Because remember, the metadata on this pic says 2012. She said the first time was 2013. So she's trying to play to this picture. Hold on, I made a mistake and said 2013, but it's really 2012, and now this pic becomes relevant. You see how she's trying. You see how they're trying to backtrack. That's why they start, because the metadata on this picture is 2012. People,
Wow.
you see how they're playing. You see how they're playing the game.
That's okay. That creative, but you know what? It's
So I've been lying. I've been lying this whole time. It was really a year earlier than I said.
It's not going to work out the way that she thinks, because like, you know what, people can be convinced by some, you know, shady evidence, and sometimes no evidence at all, right, based on their biases. But her trying to retroactively like bring this in as evidence just means that she has nothing concrete.
Well,
that
she
actually show people.
Well, let's see if it works, because that's why she made that adjustment, because she wanted to get that in. She knew everything. The second thing is the pick of arms and cuts. So she's saying the pick of her, this next pick is showing off she was violently, not just a little bit, violently. I want to make sure people understand that she's the pics that you're going to show is supposed to corroborate a violent assault where she was, you know, almost brutally assaulted. And then she went to this thing the next day. So this is what she got. So these 3 or 4 little bruises on the arm is what she has from this violent, almost sexual assault. What do you think, Drag?
Only so when people have defensive wounds, they're usually bilateral, right? There's usually on both hands, both arms, and they're usually on the back because you're trying to defend yourself in some way, shape, or form, right? So you'll see definitely on the back of your palm here, knuckles, but to have them here, right, near your wrist and lower, you know, distally from the wrist, that's strange, because it's hard for you to defend like this. Like who actually defends himself like this?
The hands palms up,
with palm up, exposing it, because it's hard. You try to bring your elbows together to shield your face like this. It feels unnatural.
But palms up is really difficult. I didn't even realize that.
Right. So think about how difficult that is, and so that's why I have a hard time. The fact that it's only on one arm and the fact that it's on the wrong side of the arm makes me think that, you know what, she could have incurred some injury by possibly blocking like this. That'd be the only way that she would actually get that. But if this is a prolonged fight, and these are several fights, you know, that makes it seem kind of odd that there's so few of them, and that I'm not sure the specific time frame, right, from the alleged incident till now, and to also add in the fact that she didn't cover this up the same way she did some of the other bruising from the makeup that she claimed she had used that did not exist. 2 years later, right? So it's very strange, her behavior when it comes to this. Why prominently show this, but then later go on to hide bruising?
It just, I don't know. It just doesn't make her story is just not making sense. So a teacup Yorkie can take a deuce the size of itself. That's what she's having us believe. That's what she believes we're going to believe. She believes we're going to believe that.
And I was looking up Boo, and I was like, that looks like a teacup Yorkie, and maybe this big, and the size of that fecal matter was almost the size of my mouse, right? Almost half the size of the dog itself, and it's like, okay, that my cousin has a Chihuahua around that size. There's no way that dog produced that. There's no way, but you know.
Here are some other notes I got. Responding to memes, Johnny beat me up while drunk and high. And then we see the picture of him. Now, in this picture, this was on the cruise or the boat. Johnny has a black eye. And the security guard said, hey, she punched him. But she now says that Johnny was beating her. But she doesn't explain how Johnny got the black eye, that Johnny beat her. And that's kind of why all of a sudden she was, remember that was the one you talking about, he had the thing choking around her neck and all that. And she didn't explain how Johnny got the black eye and how she got no injuries.
That whole story to me is very, very strange. Like I said, when she talks about him making the garrote using her shirt, at what point, like, did he have time to do that and also receive a black eye from her? Because she could have said, yeah, you know, we were fighting. He started to try to use the shirt as a garrote, and I tried to get away from, and I punched him, right? In self-defense, which would not, like, no one would really hold that against her. He's trying to choke you out, but I didn't hear her admit to punching him at all. It was just, you know what? He's attacking me. I thought I was gonna die. I passed out. He ripped my shirt. at no point does she actually try to indicate that, yes, I try to get some licks in to save my life.
Yeah. And don't forget, this was because the security guy was the one that took this picture. So even here, Amber Heard looks fine. Like when you see the a better one with better resolution, she looks fine. She has no injuries. Depp's the only one that's injured, and she's turned this was some violent assault, because again, the assault that she describes had to happen before this because he has the black eye. So she's trying to explain the black eye. So she's saying, remember, her clothes were ripped, she was beat up, and now you take this picture. He's the only one that has the black eye. She looks totally fine. You can't see any visual injuries. So, and that's why I like to say, imagine if the genders were changed. Imagine if the genders were changed and the husband was saying that, where the wife has a black eye and the husband was saying, yeah, she attacked me. We'd be like, no, what are you talking about? You have absolutely no injuries. She's the one that's got the black eye. So again, I think she didn't explain this. She just kind of just threw something out there to hope that we'd forget about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and when the cross swords, when they start to sort of go into their spiel, are they taking notes as this is happening in order to sort of say, hey, let's try and poke some holes into these stories?
Oh yeah. This is what their lawyers are doing. This is what their lawyers are taking all these notes because she's giving them a lot about this. Now she also claims that, so we talked about this. She was beaten with no injuries. Then she explains why she said that she hit him, right? He hits her first. He says he hits her first and that she only reacts. But in the recording that we read, right?
He admitted that she's the instigator.
She admitted
that she is.
I hit you and I'll try to stop hitting you first. So it didn't make any sense. It was like, well, you're sitting here admitting that you punch and beat him up. These are my hot notes. You're admitting you punch and beat him up. We just listened to you say, yeah, I hit you. Yeah, I started. And then now you're saying, well, no, he actually starts it. And I was lying when I said that in a recording that, that has me saying that. So it was a nice little twist of everything in that recording that was said was wrong. This is what you're supposed to actually take from it.
Look, Nate, new year, new me, okay? That's old me. We're not going to talk about old me, okay? That's how that
Let's look at the picture. Now I want to make sure everybody sees this picture because I think this picture is gold. The picture that you guys are going to see now is a picture where she says she gets repeatedly punched in the same spot by a man over her, right? So you got boom, 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 right? You got repeated punching. This is the picture that she puts up to say that she was repeatedly punched, and this is the injuries that she got from being repeatedly punched. So look at this. This is what was shown in court. Do you see? Now you're a medic. You're a medic. You dealt with many injuries over your career in the Army. Is this a woman being repeatedly punched? Do you see that here?
By a man too.
By a man, yeah.
That I don't. So I see some discoloration. There's some kind of brownish discoloration. If this is right after a fight, either Johnny Depp hits like an infant, or there's something amiss here, because that's like there's not a lot. You can even touch your own sort of temple area here, even to your orbitals here. There's not a lot of flesh there. That's almost all bone with very, very, very little adipose tissue to cushion a blow. You're going to see bruising there very easily, incredibly easy. And so for it to barely show up, and I'm not even sure if this is my screen or if there's just a slight browning there. So that could be just makeup, or it could be the result of maybe a slap that seems to be kind of healing. But a punch, I don't believe that she was hit by an adult.
This is a pummeling. This is a pummeling. She's repeated.
There's no way. There's no. So you would see the around the orbital. You see where her eyebrow is. You'd see a lot of swelling right there.
Yeah,
there'd be a lot of swelling, and then especially right there, kind of where you see the hair pulled up. That would definitely be much darker. But it looks like she has a bit of makeup on, but it still wouldn't hide and just how dark that bruise would be, especially on a woman, because she's not a big woman at all. She's not. And so I don't believe at any point that she had been pummeled. I don't see it. If there's somebody else who may see something that I don't. Maybe, and I'm trying to be as neutral as I can here. Maybe if this was days after, and that it hit, and this is just her showing that it'd been healing, possibly. But right after a pummeling, no way. No way.
Yeah. That's what she's offering it to prove that this pummeling happened. I don't know if this picture, unless you're talking about a week later, because somebody getting repeatedly punched in the same spot by a man, and he's going full strength. This just doesn't seem like it to me. I don't know. This story just doesn't make any sense. And let's get to the dog pooping on the bed. So so now we got this full story of the dog poop, right? The dog has a history of poop issues. They took it to the bed.
Which story, Nate? Which story? The initial story, or the recent joke version, or our retcon of the second story about the joke?
All right. So version one, it was a prank, right?
Okay.
So that was it was just a prank. That's what she had told other people. It was a prank. Then it was the dog. So it was a prank. Then second, it was the dog. Okay. Now she's going on and she's saying, well, dog pooped. Now she's saying, well, it was the dog. And as proof, the dog has a history of pooping. The dog did it in the bed. And then her lawyer tried to clean up the fact that she said this was a joke or a prank and asked her, but she couldn't answer it. But it was like, didn't you say it was a joke and a prank? Now, she did say that before. Now she's saying this differently now. I wouldn't prank. It's not a joke. It wasn't funny, that type of thing. So do you think that change hurts her credibility? That change from yes, it was poop, yes, it was a prank, to now it was, we did it, but it was, the dog had a medical condition. So it wasn't a prank.
So it's two things here. You can clearly see that she's changing the story. Like that's
yes,
and the lawyers are addressing that. So that on the surface, let me ask you something, Nate. Why would if this is true, if this is actually a known medical condition, everybody in the house knows the dog just shits in the bed. Mm-hmm. Why would Sterling decide to, at this particular time, to take a picture of that and send it to Johnny if everybody in the house knows that this is a known medical condition?
Yeah, if the dog is always pooping on the bed, I would suspect it went, the dog took another poop on the bed.
Hey, Johnny, sorry, man, don't come back. We got to clean up. Dog did it again. Like that's the type of correspondence, right? But is there any history between? So what she could have done is say, hey, here's a screenshot of my phone. Johnny, boo, shat the bed again. Right. If you could show that, then that would give credibility to her argument to say, hey, there is. So why would is she just such a criminal mastermind, right? That she could preemptively send this and then do it? Maybe, but not likely.
Okay.
That's true.
Sure.
Let me grab these last two super chats. $2 from Grammy Pace says, if Amber Heard is a big woman, then Shani is the planet. That's funny. David Marlon became a new member. Thank you, David Mayard. I appreciate it. So they are talking again. This is, I see a lot of ones in the chat. What was all the ones for? All right.
Probably waiting for a cross. One if you want the cross.
Oh yeah, we want the cross. So again, she's given us a lot of explanations for things now. So we have a lot. Now, also, one thing I didn't mention was the video about, she brought out the video again of her filming him kick stuff and all that stuff. So you got that out there too. So it seems like today the plan was, let's change our strategy. Let's not do this emotional, over the top stuff anymore. Let's go simple. Let's explain the things that we can explain. Let's try to give the jury our side of whatever story we can. And hopefully they'll buy what we're saying. They don't have to buy it all. They just got to buy some of it.
Just a bit. That's right. Yeah, she has a lower bar. If she can just show, hey, Johnny is abusive to me in this specific context, you know what? Hey, it gives credibility to another context. So, the grab her by the pubic area may be outlandish, but if you can see that he is verbally abusive to her, hey, what?
Maybe. But that's the problem. See, I think that's the problem. If she came out and was like, you know what? It happens sometimes, back and forth. Like that I can believe. It was a messed up relationship. We don't know who to believe. Fine. But she's making it very hard to, she's giving us this whole believe me or believe him. There's no middle ground. That's kind of the story she's presenting right now. I got to take it all. I can't take none of it.
Yeah, that video of him upset did not really help her, because if it was directed at her, he doesn't have to hit her, because you can direct violence at inanimate objects and use that as intimidation, right? And that's emotionally damaging. But he was upset about something that had nothing to do with her, and she decided to record it and go, victim, so why are you doing this? Rather than, trying to ease the pain like a good partner might have, or say, you know what, I'm just going to separate myself. I'm going to find some help for you. But recording him when he's distraught and destroying his own property because he's upset, it doesn't work that way. The optics of that, she's hoping to rely on, but the context is sort of where it gets lost.
Yeah. They've been trying. Vince is in the chat. Vincent, you still pulling for Team Amber? Still, huh? Still. Vincent, you got to. If this is all you're going to do in chat, Vincent, you're going crazy here, brother. I understand Team Amber, but she's got to give us more than this, Vincent. I'm glad to see your Team Amber. She's got to give us more than this.
That she didn't tell the friend before
Santiago
about what happened, and that's very strange for an abuse victim that has a confidant not to discuss any of this stuff, because you can bring that person in and go, hey, did she discuss this with you after happy? Yes, we went over the broken glass. He grabbed me, by the pubic area, and then he said this, that, and the other, and then he left, right? And so that will help corroborate her story. At no point did she even indicate that she told a friend that story, which is incredibly odd. So
yes, and let's not forget the only pictures of injuries we've seen today were the cuts on one arm, the thing on the temple we can barely see, and I showed you the picture from 2012 that that now she's trying to fix.
Bring into play. Yeah, that's seems like desperation.
And what's up with this Dr. Evil outfit too? Like, somebody mentioned in the chat earlier, it's $100 million. I like the whole, neck. What's it called? They call the neckerchief or whatever they tie around it. That was all right the other day, but I think today they were like, we got to tone it down. You can't be making up these crazy stories that people can't believe, right?
I go for more believable stories.
Yeah. Entry says, "What truly matters is the jury. What do you hear?" From right now, it seems like it. Well, actually, I got the guys who are in the courtroom. I'll ask them. Let me see if they gave any updates. You guys who are in the courtroom. So we have LawTube is in the courtroom. We got 3 lawyers from LawTube in the courtroom, trying to see what they are, if they're giving any updates. All right. Now, don't see any updates right now. See if they're saying anything about the jury. I haven't seen anything about the jury or anything. The jury must still be walking in on the case. That's why they're standing up. All right. Well, no updates from inside the courtroom as of yet. Let's see what goes on from here.
You have with Mr. Depp during the period from April 21 to May 21, 2016.
I had no physical contact with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
And were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be their guest, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with the
This is a lot as it goes. And we'll try to keep quiet while she's testifying.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had It's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up. No one would talk to me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And I sat next to an empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he effectively stood me up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. We
yeah,
as I
Elon
mentioned, we
Musk.
spoke on the red carpet, kind of in the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of in a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
Okay. I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46? It's already in evidence. It's Aaron Filati's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30.
Kristen says that JD's team keep objecting until now for max impact. Possibly.
I'm going to direct
Possibly.
your attention to
I'm
the
not sure.
entry for 5/11/2016, where it says, if I can see, here we go. Let me see if I can do some reasonable highlighting here. Okay, it says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use. Do you see that?
Bronx Science.
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I don't recall even being in LA at that time.
Where were you?
I don't recall. I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay. Did you have a male high-profile client at your home in or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay. And did you use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music Festival, and that was the end of that. I learned the hard way that was a terrible idea.
All right.
So she's
Well,
saying the
while
RN
we
lied
are
on her notes.
the,
Yeah. The RN's notes are wrong.
Same notes. I'm going to refer to the Coachella, which is up above. And it says it states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not. I
It says
felt
she stated
awful, but I was at
So
home.
the RN is
feeling
lying and she
awful,
lied to the RN.
at home, meaning at the hotel with
Yeah.
my best friend in bed.
Okay. Well, while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know while Aaron Filati was testifying, we recall the 5/21/2016 isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016. And it says, client reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received. And then if we can jump that up, Michelle, to the next page, surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that
after
was
this.
the day after Aaron Filati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are
And that
still
she,
on
but it was
this
about
one,
the
let's go up
PR
to the
stuff.
first page
So it makes sense that she would do that
for the
because she wants to
client
win a
history.
PR battle. A TRO wins your PR battle.
Makes sense.
If it was after the TRO,
When did
maybe,
you
but before the
provide a
TRO,
client
that gives you the motive for the
history
TRO.
to Aaron Filati?
Never.
When did you first get assigned Aaron Filati?
I believe September of 2014.
Okay. Now it says here that client reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Did you ever use cocaine?
That's a
I have.
mistake.
I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19 years old, but stopped using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a
There
relationship
could
with my
potentially lose her
partner. I was
license
very
for
against that,
stating stuff like
and
this that's false.
I'm glad for it.
Okay. Then it also
Wow.
says here that I'm going to move up a little. Here we go. Client
So-
admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. When have you had an eating disorder?
I've never had an eating disorder.
When
So
have you
the
been
RN made
diagnosed
all
with
this
bipolar
all this up.
disorder?
RN's a liar now.
I've
He's lying.
never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little
So
bit
the
more?
nurse
Michelle?
interpolated from what she
So
was told.
Thank you.
So the RN just
Has
made up all
full
these lies
report
about
from
her.
JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper. Client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported to Ms. Filati?
No, this is the detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny
Ooh,
was
so
going
the
through.
the
This is
RN's
not
a goddamn is a damn liar. The
Yeah.
RN's a
At the
damn
time of
liar.
the detox, was Aaron Filati your nurse yet?
No, I didn't know her, and she wasn't there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take this down, Michelle.
So
I'm
anything
gonna
bad the
take
nurse
you
said is a
to
she even though she
May
told me
21,
this. Nurse, she
2016.
said this to me.
I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that
Yes, say,
evening
Your
in
Honor.
connection
And nurse
with
heard
Mr.
what I
Depp.
said.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what state he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only he was going on about scientists and DNA and feces, that he had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that as soon as I heard about this feces, he thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had conferred with about the DNA results with. Just thought he was out of his mind.
It's really not hard to figure out
Clearly
what
the drinking,
feces belongs to which
the
animal.
drugs
It's
are not
really
getting
not.
better.
We have a little
Clearly,
bit
the
different
delusions are
diets.
better.
Might be a
So
few skin
Actually,
cells,
culture
passing
speculation.
through, right?
It's not up to prove the truth of the matter. We're talking about what her,
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
please continue.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty's suit. We made a plan, Johnny and I, for him to come over. He said he really needed his wife. He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think, obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, you know. I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. He wasn't like incoherent. It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again, and this prank that he said one of my friends had left for him in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I was not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's
Objection, hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
I called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was
There was a
having,
turd
and I
in the
thought,
bed. That's
oh,
not a delusion. There was an actual turd there.
Hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection,
maybe
Your Honor,
we can-
hearsay.
It's not offering to prove the
Overruled.
truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. Our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I call that person. And that person is on speakerphone. And I
Tell
say,
us who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection,
that-
hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, as asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove that.
here. We're not here about whether Io.
Getting testy.
I'll sustain
on
the
the back.
objection. Next question.
Mm.
All right.
That threw a nut in our question.
All right. So Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay.
Objection,
He's
Your
talking,
Honor.
correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
Getting upset.
Getting mad. This direct is a disaster. this direct is a disaster. It's like I believe her less now after this.
So I always
But
talk.
she still hasn't supplied a
can't say what
sufficient
he
explanation
said.
as to how the turd
What
got
is
in
the
the bed. Like,
next
that's
thing that
factual. We know it
happens
got
on
there.
your end?
No, it
Yeah.
didn't happen that way. Okay, cool. Then what happened? He wasn't there, so something
It just
happened.
made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone, and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, fuck off, and just screaming at him. That's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, down on the couch and heads upstairs. I pick up the phone and try to, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Yes, it
show
is.
What caused Mr. Depp to be set off and come back? I mean, it's not offered to prove
No.
the truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please
Ah,
tell us
it
what
was
Io
bullshit.
said
It was
and what then
awful for
happened
the
with
truth.
Mr. Depp.
Io said, "Amber, get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get out of that house." Io had been there after the cleanup, or for the cleanup, after December 15th, 2015 incident. And had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
All right.
I think she can provide the
That's,
context.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Yeah, it was
So
non-responsive.
Please continue.
Johnny hears this
Superfluous
when he's on
information.
the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time, led into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any
Throw some
person
shade on the
who really
LGBTQ.
screamed at Io some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, "You want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have you take her. You can have her." And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye.
Felt like your eye?
I put my head in my hands and immediately start crying. I said, "You hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me." And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch, and I haven't seen him for a month. And last, several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me, and I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah?" And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face, or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, "Yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back?" And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face.
See, she's putting a lot of stuff on the shelf. I need to see some receipt for all this. This
And
is a brutal. It's got to be something.
Taunt
Show us
he's doing
something.
with me as he is yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. Lets go of me and turns. And
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment.
Now, for everybody understands, this is what I
she
call show and tell. There's a lot of
came
tell, but there's no
and,
show, right? And
Johnny
she's not showing us
moved
anything. She's just telling us a whole bunch of
towards
stuff.
her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, no, Johnny, no. And she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He
Jurassic Park, right? Is that what happened with Jurassic Park with the dinosaurs?
And barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me,
Dave.
next to me. She was sitting on my left next to me on the couch. I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up.
We got a witness who sees all this, right?
Yeah, I'm about to say that she's
and
here.
every single
so
time he
where
said
is she
it,
to corroborate this?
he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is boss. And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, boss. And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted at all.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
then they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming.
So we got security who sees this, the best friend. We got a whole bunch of witnesses who could testify to this.
Not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. I realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
Now, mind
I
you,
believe
she's
it
been
was
injured,
Objection
right?
calls for
trial.
speculation.
Your Honor, this
Ju-
is not,
You just got
we have to
them
have
being
the
assaulted
context
from
here.
what
She
I
just
heard.
and
Somebody
she's
called
in.
the
She's
police
injured, right?
because
She's
then the
injured. She's been
police-
assaulted.
I think we have to put, I mean, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just who called the police.
Your Honor,
Yes.
the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
Mm.
So she didn't know.
Alright.
It's sustained.
Did you have a were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection
Leading.
calls for hearsay.
I'm
And it's
asking if
leading.
she was present.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah, that's a good objection.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky
She
called?
just said she didn't know. Why would you ask her?
I
if
do
the
know
person
whether she
did?
did.
And did
She
she?
did not.
All right, so what happens, when did you learn that
What the police called.
had been called?
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refused to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No.
Now, I'm going to ask you to take a look at some pictures, but before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
At that time, after I learned that they were coming,
I'm sorry. She's got to explain why that didn't happen. Why she didn't. Yeah, I'm
my
muted myself.
friend took pictures.
She has to prove why
took
the
pictures of
cops
house
didn't write a
and
police
place.
report. Because even if the place was messed up, the cops
I'm
would
going
have written a
to-
police report.
and
Right.
Yeah, I saw I was
did your
muted.
best
Sorry,
friend
guys.
take any
They had to
pictures
respond to
while
something.
the officers were there?
Can't say, oh, well,
We
you know, it
took
was nothing.
pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706?
So they got pictures they're bringing up. Thank you for the muted, guys.
Native on this one, yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant
So remember,
706.
she's got to show that the cops were incompetent. She's got to show that the cops were incompetent because
You
they saw
please describe to
anything,
the jury what this is a picture
anything
of.
messed up, they would have
This
either arrested
is,
Johnny and write a police
my
report.
face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull
See
up
the
Defendant's
bruising above the orbital? That
708.
looks like a bruise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
So-
does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of
If you
foundation.
want to approach.
Yeah.
All right, just so everybody understands where we're at, what's happening here, is that Amber Heard has to do two things at this point. The cops came, two sets of cops came, right? And then when they both showed up, the policy is if you see any signs of domestic violence, you write a report. So if you see the house messed up, if you see any injuries, any signs of domestic violence, you write a report. It's what they call CYA. In the business, we call it cover your ass. So it's called CYA, cover your ass. You know, most people should know that acronym. But in this instance, the police went there and didn't fill out a report. They said she wasn't injured and the place didn't look ransacked. So now they got to explain why that didn't happen. So what she's saying? Go ahead. No, so what she's doing is bringing in these pictures to show, hey, I was really injured and the cops are corrupt. So now we got corrupt nurses, corrupt cops, and everybody else is lying.
Witnesses though too. There's 3 supposed witnesses that saw all
this violence. Yeah. I don't know if she's going to bring up the witnesses though.
I mean, at this point, she'll do a better job with that than trying to convince people the nurse and the police force are against her.
Yeah, that's where we're at though. And just so we're clear, if the police saw this picture,
how this particular item on here got onto the pictures.
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I pushed info, and that's what came up.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 708.
The objection to 708.
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor,
for the metadata,
okay, if you want
alleged
to approach
metadata.
Okay.
all right. So what happens is that there's no proof that this picture is a picture from that day. They can't. The metadata isn't there. So that's what they're objecting to. This is hearsay, right? We don't know when this picture was taken. She's just saying it's taken that way, but we don't have any proof. And the proof the other side of the Depp team had is that we have all these witnesses that saw her, the doorman, the cops, 2 sets of cops, all these people that said she had no injuries. Now she's trying to put a picture in evidence that we don't know when it was taken. Just to say, and any metadata is gone from that. So why should we accept this as fact? Right? Why should this be entered for the truth of the matter? Well, we don't know when it was taken.
She could have taken that last week, and had it uploaded. We don't know, but
let's see what happens. She's back.
All right. Okay, that's fine.
So I think they won. I don't think it's coming in.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay, and the objection.
The picture,
to
see,
that?
the picture's
There still
redacted.
needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it.
The pictures, but the metadata's wrong. That's the reason why the metadata can't come in.
Thank you.
So there are 2 redactions. The picture's gone, and so that's all they got. The picture. So they don't even. The jury doesn't have the picture because it can't be verified.
Okay, 708 with the redactions. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury.
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes. There we go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20
That is
Your Honor, we
that is
couldn't put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown.
that we
as that
approach.
Okay,
exhibit.
we can
This
approach.
is-
That's fine.
mm-mm. Trying everything. Pull out all the stops for this.
Describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's a picture of my face. With the phone.
Okay. Now we can take this
Sorry
one down
about
and
that.
let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 709. And based on the court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that, Michelle, please.
So they're having problems putting in these pictures. They're having problems with, yes, they're having problems putting on these pictures.
Yeah. It's like if you can't verify the time frame, then how do we know that they're relevant?
Yeah, this metadata is starting to
Move
hit
the
them
admission
hard.
of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with rejections,
All right,
thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you can publish.
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor, thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
Some redness,
Amber, could you
with a
please
little
describe
bit
for the
of
jury
maybe
what's
some little bit of
depicted here?
bruising. Right, right
That
orbital.
is my face after after the phone incident.
Hard to tell because she's turned
That's
to the
that
side, but
night.
it looks like there may be some swelling there.
All right, let's bring
It's hard
Defendant
to tell because she
710,
has very
please.
pronounced cheekbones to begin with.
But that's a phone being thrown at your face, full blast. That's all you
Could
got to
be.
get.
It could be, but it's hard. But you would check the other side to see because some
Just-
people like her, they do have high cheekbones, and so it may look like
Your Honor, I'm going to move the
swelling
admission
on one
of
person,
Exhibit
but that's just
710. The
how their
redactions
face
have been
is.
already placed
All
on
right.
it.
She just got an argument. Her
objection?
face is going to be red
No
anyway
objection,
from
thank you.
710 with
blood
redactions,
pressure
you
rise.
can publish.
That's true.
You can publish, Your Honor.
But it'd be best if they took it,
And for the record,
face for like that.
this
That's a good way to
photo
tell.
was
Yeah,
shown
that
to
way.
Yeah, yeah.
Officer Sines
So
and
you could-
Officer
you
Haddon
could
as
see the other
Exhibit
side, yeah.
26
Yeah,
for
that's
both of their
definitely bruised.
depositions.
Notice the discoloration in this
describe for the jury
picture
what's
as opposed to the
depicted
other
here,
one that she
Amber.
claimed that Johnny was pummeling.
That is my
If
face.
that a phone
in,
did that to her, there's no way that
a
Johnny
different
pummeled her,
light.
and then she only had a little
that
bit
same
of
evening
whatever that was.
after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711. And I'm going to move the admission of 711, Your Honor, with the redaction.
Her cheeks look swollen now.
No
Looking at
objection.
them just like here.
711 with redactions and evidence,
Yeah,
publish.
I think she just does. She just
And for
naturally
the
has
record,
high
Your
cheekbones,
Honor,
but you
for
see
the
the
jury's purposes,
how
this
one
was
is
shown to
way bigger
Officer
than the other in that
Sines and
picture. That's
Officer
how you can
Haddon
tell.
as Exhibit
the
27 to
redness.
both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting of my face after the phone
And
that evening.
And when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what did she do?
I'd overrule that. Yeah, that's going to be
Uh,
overruled.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say, so she wanted to protect me.
Okay, so let's go ahead and bring up 712.
So this is interesting because now she's putting in some pictures. So we got pictures of bruises, but the problem is we don't know when these pictures were actually taken. So we just got to take a word
Move the
for it
admission of 712. Your Honor.
against the word of the officers.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
So that's kind of where we're at now.
Publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the doorman,
Please
the
describe-
officers, and the doorman. Remember, the doorman didn't see anything either.
Yeah, the guy with the vape pen that people
That is
love.
another picture of my face.
Okay,
taken around the same time.
okay. And then let's go to 713.
Oh. Yeah, I want to hear from some of these people
Yeah, I'm assuming they're gonna have the one later.
because they could validate what she's saying, or they could perjure themselves, or I mean, there's presuming that she's
Move
not
the
telling the
addition of
truth.
713, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 713 with redactions and published.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Okay, let's go to 714.
So now we got a little bit more. See, now it's
Move the
tough
addition of 714, Your Honor.
because these pictures are great,
No objection.
All right, 714 with
but
redactions.
these pictures it's still got some counter evidence to it. So now we're trying to
Please
weigh
tell
it,
the
Bob.
jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. Take that down. Let's go to 715.
She doesn't even know when these pictures were taken.
I'm going to move the admission of 715, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 715 with redactions and evidence from published.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both. Please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
That is a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or in the apartment that she was staying in.
Okay. And let's go to 716.
That one, I'm not sure if I believe that was from the phone.
I find it interesting. They have so many detailed pictures of just of this one event,
Move the
right?
admission of
Right.
But we
716.
still don't know if these pictures are with this event. But assuming they are,
No objection.
then the 4 cops and the doorman all
None of them saw it. None
Well,
of
they-
them.
And Emma, can you
Yeah.
Especially the
tell
first
the
one that
jury
I was pointing out
what this
that
picture depicts?
bruising around the orbital. That's
Yes,
really
it's the
noticeable.
business card
Like,
that
her
one of
face is
the
swollen. You
police
can't hide that
officers
with makeup.
left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And with the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left after, or do you know?
I
Objection
think
compound
It's not.
and calls for
Your Honor,
speculation.
compound is only.
Overruled.
Thank you.
we took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
she
fine. Thank
knows
you.
some of them were.
Okay,
So
and then I'm
she
gonna
took the
ask you to
pictures. You
take
should
this
know
one down
which
and go to
ones were taken
717.
beforehand. If you know some, I mean, how does she answer the question but don't know which ones were taken which? This is very strange.
And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 717 is redacted in evidence. Published.
Thank you. And please just briefly describe to the jury what this is.
The 2 officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed as they came through?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband asked them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Good question.
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know.
But you took pictures of the assault after.
I didn't want this to come out. I didn't want him to be in trouble.
Then why would you take pictures of yourself being victimized by Johnny?
I wanted to protect Johnny.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374.
Okay. I mean, evidence of him violently assaulting you would sort of hurt him, but I guess.
That's 1374.
All right, we'll go with it.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I'm a little incredulous, just a little bit. I don't know if you can tell.
All right. Move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence, 1374A in evidence, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493T.
I'm not buying that picture. It's weird. Some of the pictures look like the healing of the supposed wound are in different stages. And that's what makes it seem really weird for me.
No objection.
All right, 14.
Because it will change color as it's healing. And obviously the swelling will go down. But
This is a picture of my face after that incident. Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S.
Which makes sense because if somebody hits you, it could swell up and you have the bruise the next day.
yeah, let's see, there's those high cheekbones on her, right? That's a little deceptive.
Move the admission of 1493S.
But that one where she was facing the camera,
1493S.
that one that looked like something that happened to her.
And what is
We
this?
just don't know when.
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described, Mr. Depp, destroying or damaging?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700? And based on Your Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata.
What if somebody could get a side profile picture like she is right now, like just then, and then
Yeah.
compare it to
Admission of
that
Defendant's
to
Exhibit
see.
700.
Let's look at the difference.
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions, you can publish.
Can you please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and
A lot of
had
drug gone bad.
displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked.
Objection, Your
security
Honor,
not to.
speculation.
That just looks messy. That doesn't look.
I don't think that was.
You know what I'm saying? It
Lack of
doesn't.
Foundation.
Looks
Doesn't
like
look like
something was
it's
knocked
destroyed.
down.
Oh, I'll sustain it as a foundation if you want it.
Okay.
I don't know. It's not as wild as
So-
I think it is. It's
What's depicted, what's the damage that was done?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only
It's
purpose
weird on that video. He
for
didn't
him
actually
to be
destroy
let in
anything. He
penthouse
flagged
5
a
in
few
that
things, but he didn't
state.
destroy
He doesn't
anything.
have property in
Yeah,
there.
that's true.
The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it, and they, of course, let him into penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so that
Honor.
he could go.
Lack of foundation.
Wait, didn't he own that
All right, I'll
penthouse?
sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah.
Just tell the jury
Okay.
what he did here.
Like he
that's
did his own
depicted in this.
property.
This
all
is
right.
just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of
But
things.
only one
Objection,
corner.
Your
He
Honor,
said that's the destruction
speculation.
corner. I'm just going to
He
keep it
hasn't
there.
established that she was
Because
there.
that's what the destructive person does, is they're cognizant of
I'll sustain it.
destruction they want to keep relegated to one corner. Okay.
Did
I'll
anybody
buy it.
else? to
It's
your
all in one
knowledge
corner.
do this?
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
If
Calls
he
for
had gone through and just started
speculation.
knocking stuff over, and there's a series of
Sustain
like
the
his
objection. Next
a
question. Let's do
path of
this.
destruction, I
Never
believe
mind,
that.
we'll let somebody else tell who did it, okay?
Sure.
Just all I'm asking here is what is the damage? What has been done that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he
Just decided to fuck that beat back
Objection,
in
Your Honor.
particular.
Speculation.
I'll sustain.
All right,
Objection.
let's go to 701.
She could have told a better story. He was jealous of being Raquel's relationship. He knew that she had just made that for me, so he decided to destroy it and then just left. I would
Move
buy
the
that.
admission of 701.
With redaction, no objection.
All right. 701 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you.
I'm gonna
Member,
give
can
it
you
here.
please describe
We'll
what's
get one.
depicted here?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
So just describe what you see here as opposed to what you say he did.
I see a bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
Let's go to.
So
Michelle, can you
taking
bring
the
up defendant
pictures
702,
off the
please?
wall
And placing them
And-
on the bed.
is what?
I was looking for cracks in them too.
And
Like
yeah,
if you
'cause
just tossed them, but they look fine.
The glass isn't broken or anything. He's throwing around bottles. He's breaking glass, but he's gonna.
Why would he place them on the bed? Because you place
Oh, you're
stuff on the
right, I
bed,
forgot
especially a picture,
on the
because you
last
care
two.
about
For
it, right? You
defendant's
don't want it to
exhibit
break.
700.
That's
that
the
was
exact
shown to
opposite of what
Officer
you're saying he
Sines and
did.
Haddon. It was exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And exhibit 701
This is
was shown to
terrible.
Haddon only, and that was exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right. 702 with redactions.
We got a lot. We got a lot to talk about on the
And let
next
the
break.
record reflect this was
I
also shown
need a
to
drink.
Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe
Is
for
that
the
debris
jury
from
what's depicted
cheesecake?
here?
What is this?
Yes, it is broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please?
So where is the broken picture then? If it's from
Yeah,
the
it's
frame.
all right. So we got all these pictures with no glass.
the
Now we got a
admission of
picture of
defendant
glass,
703.
but no picture that the glass is broken on.
No objection.
All right. 703 with redactions. You can publish.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you,
703
Your
might be the
Honor. And
picture.
Let
Let's
the
see.
record reflect that this was
More
shown to
glass.
Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of the stairwell in the same apartment, penthouse 5,
And
which is the apartment where I kept my things.
okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of picture. I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay.
So where are they?
Let's take this one down.
Yeah.
and
So
go to
the picture that you just
704.
showed us all they were. What?
Thank you.
So
You may have to-
we got to look at that other picture.
Yeah,
again
we're
with
going to
all
go back
yeah.
to it because I didn't notice any, but we blow it up and see maybe that's where they're from. But still, why
Yeah, I
would he put them
saved
on
it.
the bed?
Move the
You
admission of
know,
defendant
if he's
704.
intending on smashing them, they've been
No
on the
objection.
ground
All right,
smashed.
704 with redactions, publish.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Sines and Haddon as Exhibit 34.
So these were
both in
totally shown to the
depositions.
officers.
And Amber, please describe for the jury what's
It's
depicted
a
here.
rug.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
And when you say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up 705, please? Move the admission of 705.
No redaction. No, excuse me, no objection.
All right.
And let the,
705 in evidence. with
Thank you,
redactions.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
and let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon in Exhibit 36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
It's like something my son
Let's go
did.
to 707.
It seems like that's just something minor that's just knocked over. It doesn't seem. Maybe you got to put it. I don't know. It's just. I understand where they're going, but it just doesn't seem.
It does, like I'm
It's
not getting
not-
the
The admission of
rampage
707.
violence vibe from anything.
Yeah.
It's really passive sort of whatever, and we don't know
objection,
who
Your Honor.
knocked it over.
707
We have
with
no
redactions
idea.
and evidence.
Supposedly Johnny ran on
Let the
this
record
rampage, but
show that
relegated
both
his
Officer
rage to
Sines
very
and Officer
specific
Haddon
corners
were
of the
shown in this
penthouse,
picture
which
in
is
Exhibit
odd for
18
someone
of
who's
their depositions.
enraged.
Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
Spilled wine.
This is the hallway leading leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like
Like a runner.
it's like a plasticky.
Mhm.
I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of
Synthetic
netting, not
material.
netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there? in the picture?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to
Someone
718,
spilled some
please.
wine. Okay.
Okay. I don't get the rampage though. I see in like little events. Maybe there's a picture because I'm assuming you're going to see a picture with everything kind of together to see the rampage. But
Yeah,
With
that's
the
what I'm
addition of
hoping to
718.
see. Like, okay, he started from
objection.
here and it was just going around slapping shit, and then
And let the
gently
record
put the
reflect this
pictures
was
on the
shown to
bed,
Officer
and then
Sines
continued his
Officer Haddon
rampage
in
throughout the
deposition
penthouse.
Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted.
All right, there we go. Okay, that looks better.
Another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Remarkably, like the other
Let's go
ones.
to
we saw.
719, please.
I think she knows that this doesn't look good, so she has to add that qualifier. Remarkably unbroken. We're surprised.
Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions.
I'm looking at the pictures
Thank
right
you,
now.
Amber.
There are
Let
none
the
that are
record reflect
unbroken.
that
All
this
of
was
them
shown to
are.
Officer
All of
Sines
them
and
are
Haddon in their
unbroken. I haven't
deposition
seen one that's broken.
35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
At one corner of the
The fruit
kitchen
basket.
in penthouse 3, looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay,
This actually is a good one.
let's go
Because
to
you do see the bananas knocked
defendant
over the
720,
floor.
please. Thank you, Michelle.
Right, that one's not bad.
Well, we still don't know who actually did that, right? And we can
That's
say
true.
Johnny. It could be her. It could be any one of her
Move the
friends could have
admission of
knocked it over.
defendant 720.
No
All
objection.
right, 720 with redactions.
And let the
evidence.
record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. Deposition.
Okay, here we go. We got a
Exhibit
minute.
There we go. All right, this is better. Yeah.
44. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
That's my office. It's a corner of my office. And that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721.
This seems to fit the narrative.
That was a better picture. That's a better picture.
I think they should have started with that, honestly.
Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions, published.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again my office. Same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722.
That looks rough. But now, if the officers saw this, because remember, there were two sets of officers. If they saw any of this damage, they were supposed to write a police report by policy, right? Or they'll get in trouble. If they saw these injuries, they were supposed to write a police report or they get in trouble.
Move the admission of defendants exhibit
Right,
722.
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor.
722.
But
And
we
we had
don't
two
know.
sets of officers.
And let
Two
the
sets
record
of
reflect
officers.
this
Are
was
these,
shown
hold
to
on, are
Officer
these
Sines
the
and Officer
pictures that
Haddon,
were
deposition
shown? Well, I'm
exhibit
sorry.
42 to
Did
both.
the police
Amber,
take
please
these
describe
pictures,
to the
or
jury
did
what's
she take these pictures?
That's a picture of my friends and I.
She took their
when
pictures.
we were at that London house.
Okay, because I'm like, if the police came in and saw that,
that
they would
Johnny
have taken
punched.
photos as evidence.
You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay. All right,
She
let's go
heard
to
him-
That one.
723, please.
Yeah, but that picture is broken for sure. So that's
Yeah.
the first broken picture we've seen.
But she said she heard him punch that. How did she know that he punched that picture?
Yeah,
If she
doesn't know.
just heard it, I mean, she could if sure, but he could have punched
Okay,
any one of them
Mr.
because there's lots of pictures
723.
in that penthouse. How did she know he punched that one in particular?
Objection.
How did he know?
No objection.
Like, there's so
723
much.
redacted in evidence.
I heard him
Record
punch it.
reflect
I
this
didn't
was
see him,
shown to
but-
Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is empty or spilled on the floor.
So this is a real
Can
whodunit.
you tell where that is?
Do we believe these pictures with the
looks like
metadata
it
issues
would
or
be
whatever? But whatever. Do we
penthouse
believe these
5.
pictures or do we believe the officers and the doorman?
Let's go to.
That's what this is coming down
724.
to.
I believe the empty bottle was Johnny's fault. Why is rum gone? I think we know why.
Let me ask the chat. I want to ask the chat. Do you believe the pictures or do you believe the witnesses? Because that's what this is essentially coming down to.
Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
We have to keep in mind the people witness. They work for Johnny.
Shown to Officer
So
Sines
No,
and Haddon
these
in
don't.
deposition exhibit
Was
It's
it,
cops.
Amber, please tell the jury.
the
what's
doorman doesn't work for? Oh no, he works for the
Some
building. I'm
more
sorry.
wine that
Building, I'm sorry,
Johnny
yeah,
was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Let's go to 725. We're almost done, just two more. Move the admission of defendant 725.
No objection.
All right, 725 with redactions.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like Penthouse 5.
Okay. And the last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726.
The last one. Last one.
Move the admission of.
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will get a tissue. You got some? Thank you, Lisa. All right, no objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as deposition 32.
So these were shown to the officers at the deposition, not at the scene,
Depositions.
just to make sure everybody
Amber,
understands
please
that.
just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse.
You would
3,
think if they saw
Tears.
it, they would have made a report about it then and there.
They would have had to. They would have had
Now,
to.
When the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
And they
Which
looked
one?
around the house
Or
too.
both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay. And then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can, if she gesturing to her face is not hearsay,
I'll
it's not a
sustain-
statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. And it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection. Next question.
So what happened next?
I
can't figure out the lie.
Let's do this. How long did you with the officer?
I can't make it up.
Few
I
minutes,
can't make it up.
if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
No, I did not. But it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh. Well, I was with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house, up through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, Penthouse 4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked,
Yes.
but you refused to tell them?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I can't. I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen
Who's going to be interested?
body-worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gateland's body-worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by
I
the
was just
first set
thinking
of
about that.
officers.
Objection, Your Honor,
The
hearsay.
iPhoto comment. because once it gets
All right,
uploaded, it gets,
going
it gets
forward.
metadata added to it.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was some time, hours, maybe between an
So
hour,
I use Google Drive in
2
the
hours,
same
maybe
manner.
more.
and
I
have all
don't
the
really
metadata
recall
for my
that we
stuff
had
that I
cleaned
upload
up
to
and we were resting, and they
But
were
they took
comforting me when they came.
they took
they didn't
screenshots of the
seem
picture, so that's what killed the
to-
metadata.
They didn't do it. The first
Mm.
set of officers did. They
She
just
would
kind
still
of
have
came
the
into the
original,
apartment,
I'd imagine.
confirmed
And she could have just forwarded that to her legal team.
that I was okay or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned, and they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had.
So the
and
first
they
set of
left.
officers did a walkthrough,
And
saw nothing.
What, if any, cooperation did you give them?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from a quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered and that was it.
So this is her story to get around the cops.
Name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
All right, I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 772?
Here we go. Let's see what
What,
this
if any,
is.
efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional thinking that just because he saw all my friend's beads out on the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having, or me of having, invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5/21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772 and evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 773. Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
I'm agreeing with people in the chat.
Yes.
Okay.
I
And
understand where
then
she's trying
the
to go, but this
next
just is not
two are
convincing
on
to me.
5/22.
I hope I'm
It's
not being too jaded.
5/13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
So I do want to say today, Amber Heard has given us some evidence. She's given us pictures of this event. So right now, for this first event, for this police event, we got the police come in. They see her, they speak to her. Then they go around the apartment and do this walk around the apartment. They go around the apartment, right? Now, the police have 2 things they got to do. They got to, number 1,
All right, 773 in evidence with identifiers redacted. Thank you.
if they see any damage or any injuries, they write a police report. 2 sets of cops come 2 different times and say they see nothing.
If we could.
Then we also have the doorman. So that's the first. That's where the pictures are competing against. Who do you believe at that particular point in time? Let's see what the chat said in the
This
poll.
is the 5/21, 6:58.
96% of the chat says they believe the
Yeah,
doorman
but I think he came in
and the
later
cops.
than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then
I'm
if we
just
move
curious. That
up,
4%
next
must
one
really
is
have some good
you
evidence that I've not seen.
At 5/22.
The
at
doorman's against
5:13
it, police are
correct?
against it, the nurse against it,
Yes.
everyone's fabricating
And then
stuff.
you say, thank
That's a
you.
lot. It's a lot.
Please
So that's a
state
lot.
your
That's a
name.
huge conspiracy.
What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone.
Where was the supposed
Or the-
witnesses to corroborate this? That's what I want to
I
see.
can't control this, correct? The screen.
Uh,
I don't know.
To be
Can
fair, they
you-
may come back.
Yes.
She may have them up, but right now,
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead, go ahead. Your Honor, can
Well,
we
she
give?
can't scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly. So she can read the whole thing.
is that okay? That's what
Yeah.
Slim says.
Okay, makes sense.
Then he says, whenever you feel like it, it's moving, so it's a little hard to read. It's sad. I'm scared. Blah blah blah. Send your message. I don't know what to say or to do. Think. All I know, I never felt so much love, pain, the grief in my life. I fell asleep earlier. She's scrolling too fast. Please call me. That's from her though. She's Slim. That's from her. This please call me.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that.
Because these are all from him, from her. The green is from him.
He had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce. And eventually I have to let him know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had had enough after the
Objection, Your
phone.
Honor,
I had
hearsay.
enough.
Okay.
Overruled, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendants Exhibit 773. And this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies. What was he apologizing for?
Objection,
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding?
Damn sure calling for
Yeah,
speculation.
that's speculation.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he
He
tell you
doesn't
what
explicitly say what he's
apologized
apologized for, so she
for?
has to
What
speculate.
did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry. That he didn't mean to.
Okay.
So she's saying that he said that. We don't have any text messages. She's just saying he said that.
Yeah.
To the green, please.
So that's something we got to take our word for.
Cross is gonna have a field day with that
He
one.
says,
Oh
here,
yeah.
I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Speculation.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
You know
do
it.
do you
I
have
know
an
what he
underst-
meant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Did
there's
he
a
use
lot.
that phrase with you?
Hold on. I'll sustain that objection.
I'm
You
trying to get to the
I
next
know.
one
Then
here.
you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I'm clear and I am me?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, she established foundation.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved. The one that I trusted.
She's calmed down the acting though a lot. The acting is definitely they toned it down from like a 12 to a 2, maybe even 3.
Bring in 771, which is
Seems more
already been
appropriate
read.
now.
Now, those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22. It's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection, calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
That's it. Okay. So tell the jury how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy, I went to Al-Anon, I got help, I read books, I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, that not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because, I loved Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
And why did you file for divorce?
Because I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive. I've been so scared that it was going to end
The emotional end. Here we go.
really badly for me. And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much.
This looks like the big ending.
I would have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it.
It's the big ending, guys. Here we go.
I believe he would have taken it too far. I wouldn't be here.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining order?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them, no matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high.
Property.
And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with.
All those medical issues aren't recorded in the RN's notes.
And I
Yeah,
was thinking one step at a time. I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. I thought it'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in anyway, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
It's
Overruled.
not up for debate. Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay. So did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
That's a good objection to
No,
break
he
the
didn't.
flow.
Did you?
And you see
Yes,
how
he
her,
didn't.
her emotions just dropped.
And why did
It
you?
wasn't
Yeah.
like you need to, it just,
Because I had
and
to
then she's
provide
back to trying to be the
testimony
emotion.
why I
Her
needed
emotions
a
are totally
restraining
different than
order.
just 5 seconds ago.
What, if any, warning did you
She's
give
been
Mr.
building it
Depp
up over the last
about
few minutes, and now she
obtaining
has to reset and do it again.
DVTRO?
Yeah.
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation,
I'm asking
lack of
for-
foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as the foundation. If you want.
Yeah.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe. And I thought that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Got him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So, without saying what the council said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection, hearsay.
We are hoping cross begins today.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 800, please?
800 exhibits. This is a monster. There's probably like over
Move the
2,000, 3,000
admission of
exhibits.
Defendant's Exhibit 800.
Any
How do you
objection?
keep track of all that?
All right, 800 in evidence.
That's the lawyer's job. That's why they're getting paid all these millions of dollars.
Describe for the jury what this picture is.
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please?
I see the discoloration looks good, but there's no swelling.
Move the admission of 801.
No objection.
801 in evidence. Others?
This is when she did the walk to the courtroom to show people, you know, when they did
Tell the
TMZ
jury what
walk
this is.
to go to court so people could see the face. So
It's me while I was obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the courthouse.
And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the court?
now some people were blaming the judge, but you can't blame the judge. She comes in looking like that with a bruise on her cheek
Oh,
and
I-
says,
I
"My husband
provided
hit me. I need a
testimony.
restraining order."
And
Yeah.
Give her a restraining
Yeah.
order. Yeah, it's like, you know,
You're not gonna. Oh, you know what?
yeah, she's fake. Yeah. Because next thing you know, she comes and
Yeah.
winds up dead, and then it's all on the
court
judge.
granted
So
me a restraining order at that.
I would have granted that restraining order based on if this is what I got in front of me. Because remember, Johnny didn't show up. Johnny wasn't there.
Courthouse, what did you experience?
So it's not like you get the chance to go fight it. She goes
I
there and says,
walked
"Look at me,"
into the
and gets a
courthouse,
restraining
it was
order.
Quiet, first thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way, and I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras.
That's why she wore no
Her
makeup.
purse.
That's why she did all. You know, of course they were going to be there.
To that point, at that point in my life, had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed.
Maybe they were
at
working with
me,
the RN.
Screamed
and the
horrible
police.
things at me.
Showing the bruise, you know, TMZ, everybody showing the bruise, walking out. I didn't know anybody was coming there. Yeah, you get that.
I'm going to take you just for a moment.
I'm saving all your super chats, guys, so they will definitely be read.
Okay,
After
good
that,
break point. Okay, great.
that'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You
right,
said
yes.
that you didn't testify, you didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Here we go.
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on both of those. I put on concealer.
I would hone in on that if I was doing the cross.
And
If she didn't wear any and it's
I
sunny
do
that day.
before I leave my bathroom in the morning.
I have no makeup on, no nothing.
Obviously, if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Yeah,
Overruled on that.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I always, I'm, somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face.
Yes. Where's the armica
So
cream?
if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling, because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening statement, and it's Defendant's Exhibit 1.
If you could,
She's going to clean up the
we can't hear
armica
that.
cream.
May I approach the witness to?
That's what you could show counsel.
So now they're going to clean up the arnica cream. Remember, they said there was, and it was like, well, it didn't exist till 2017. So now they're going to show her and clean that up.
This is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or 2, you get more purple in a bruise. So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 I feel like, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples, and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point.
That makes it worse.
So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like
it starts coagulating, starts getting
5-7
broken down.
days in, becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown, and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite. In the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or 2, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course. But it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman. Or, if you wear lipstick.
Professional bruise hider. This is a good
We heard some
tutorial.
testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You always wear makeup?
It's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my face. I put on
said earlier that
moisturizer.
she
My
didn't wear any
moisturizer
earlier.
has
Yeah, but she didn't wear any of that day when she went to get the TRO.
The TROs, yeah. So
with bruises on my face.
So now she does wear it every day.
I think that's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess at this
I
time.
crossed,
Again, do not
crossed
do
it
the outside
definitely
research.
hold
Do
it
not
on that.
discuss the case
She
with
that
anybody.
contradicts what
We'll
she
see
said
you in an
earlier
hour, okay?
about the
Thank
TRO.
you.
Yeah.
Court
I
is
don't
still in
know.
session, so please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
No, go ahead.
No, I don't know. I don't know where else they go with on direct. So I'm assuming Cross is going to start today. I don't see where else you're going with this on direct. I just don't see where else you go. Like what more does she have to tell? What more does she have to tell? It's over. I think Cross starts today.
Since you're still under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case to include with your attorneys, okay? In your testimony. All right. Let's come back then at 1:40. Okay.
1:40.
Oh boy, Cross gonna have a field day with this.
Oh, this is going to be crazy. Oh my
Oh.
God.
It still didn't
Woo!
address, the fact that she said that she had been using that product, 2 years prior to its creation, right? That's like the crux of that. You say, okay, cool. I think the comment, though, I was going to say this earlier, when you're trained to become a combat medic, it's normal for people to come out with all type of injuries, they're bleeding and gunshots, and obviously you don't go and make someone bleed and shoot them so that you can train on them. You have the Hollywood stuff we call it moulage, and so I'm pretty familiar with moulage, and the fact that she is aware that she can use moulage to sort of make certain things happen, that kind of hurts her in a way, because she can sort of say, well, there's the possibility she can fake the bruising using moulage as well, because that's typically what it's for, not for hiding stuff. So that may come back to bite her.
Let me knock down some of these super chats before we get into our discussion. This is from Zarmas. It says she mixed MDMA and mushrooms at Coachella all of a sudden after not touching drugs since 18 months with no escalating behavior. Why would we believe that? I'm not sure, but maybe she it's for Coachella. I don't know. Some people fall off the wagon. Maybe she just fell off the wagon hard. I don't know. But I do understand the point. Zarmas says she should have used iPhoto on her bruises, on her bruise photos, so she had date metadata. But I think they did screenshots of the pictures and lost the metadata somehow. It's a terrible story, but I agree.
That's really weird.
Yeah, you should have the originals. Unicorn 11 says, as Amber Heard has been halfway through giving testimony, am I right in thinking she is not supposed to have been speaking to her counsel or watching anything about the trial over the break? Generally, yes. Right, because you're a witness, you're not supposed to be watching anything else. But her lawyers could. So a lot of the questions. So let's say if everybody's following the rules, she doesn't have to hear anything, but her lawyers could be listening to the coverage and then come back and ask her questions to clear stuff up for the public. So that's possible, and that would be seeing it in the best possible light, where nobody's breaking any of the rules. Could you see a scenario where they're saying, well, we got to answer some of these questions coming out of the break? Possibly, but I wouldn't impugn the attorneys like that. I'm assuming they follow the rules and and it just happens, and they said, okay, we're going to ask her about these things. Again, that's putting it in the best possible light, not to impugn the attorneys. Her fight scenes tend to end with, and then I woke up. Yes, they do end it. I noticed that too. But I think that's just part of her thing. This one, if police see any proof of abuse in a domestic call, they call a magistrate and get a restraining order that night, even if they don't want it. I'm not sure what jurisdiction, because again, the problem here is every jurisdiction is different. Every jurisdiction, especially when it comes to this. So like here in New York, for instance, it's similar to what it is in California. You go to a scene of a domestic violence. Before it was you got to arrest somebody, but now it's you have to evaluate. Is the place a wreck? Is it in shambles? If you see that, write a report, right? Write a report, domestic violence. If you don't see that, you don't write a report. You go look for bruises. Is somebody injured? Is somebody hurt? You go in and you say, okay, nobody's hurt, nobody's injured, the place isn't in shambles, it doesn't look like there's been a fight. It's unfounded, right? Maybe it's because a lot of times you'll get calls where people are just arguing. Like, you're arguing with your wife in your apartment. Somebody will call and say, hey, they're arguing loud. So they'll go and they'll check it out. So, and they don't want to go to the apartment and say it's domestic violence when there's really nothing there. So that's kind of what they're doing. Now, in this case, you had the two cops, but you know what? Right now, let me go. Let's go to the slides so we can all kind of see what we've seen, kind of, because I've been taking slides of everything that we've been seeing, just to kind of, so we can recap and put it in just a way where it's like, all right, this is what Alicia's saying. So here's my recap notes. These are my notes. I'm putting them on a slide so I can let you guys see them too. View slideshow. All right. So this is my first little slide. And again, I'm writing slides because I'm trying to just keep my mind of what I'm going to when I'm doing like a recap video. This is just kind of these are all the things that I want to mention. So the Met, and this is she mentions about the first time she met Elon Musk was at the Met because Johnny stood her up. How did you feel about that, Drag?
Yeah, that I wasn't too sure. I know that there's some pictures of her and Elon, and if people hadn't already seen some of the photos I have, they may feel some type of way about that. One of the world's richest men meeting up with her. There's already questions about her supposed infidelity. That's I don't think that's going to help her any.
Yeah. The Elon Musk thing, because they say she's cheating with Elon Musk, so she's got the Elon Musk thing. I don't know about the Elon Musk thing. The next thing is she denies the notes from the nurse, right? All the bad things are the nurse mistakes, and essentially she's saying the nurse is lying. What do you think about that testimony?
That seems that's
now,
a stretch.
even the part where she tells the nurse things, right? So the part the nurse says, client said this, client said this, client said this, and this is her note, her nurse. So she's denying all the bad things that she essentially told the nurse, and all the bad things that the nurse said she saw. How do you feel about that, Drake?
Because here's the thing: the nurse can easily lose her license if something like that were to happen, right? You don't fabricate stuff about your patient I don't know for what reason like the nurse would do that either. Like that's kind of the strangest thing. That what is the motive for her personal nurse to make up stuff, especially stuff that is supposedly being dictated to her? Like is this flavor text because she feels like playing this up for what reason, right? To what end? I don't see her connecting, and I say her. I don't see Amber Heard connecting this conspiracy to any end. She could have said, "Oh, Johnny paid the nurse to make me look like a crazy woman or something." I could kind of see that, but there is just this loose end of the nurse is lying. Okay, cool. Risking her license just because she's a liar? No, I think that's ridiculous. No, not at all.
Well, let's look at the next one. JD was transphobic and slurs because her friend was LGBT. The friend that she said was trying to get in between them. So she tried to throw that out there that he was using transphobic slurs.
That seemed like a cheap shot. You know what? If she would have said, Johnny made some comments towards her and her partner, whatever, and then she had left it at that, I could have sort of read between the lines and said, yeah, he probably used a slur too. But the fact that she tried very hard to be like this, the person, she's LGBTQI plus IA, like she's really going for it with that. It's like most people just say, hey, I have some folks who are LGBTQ, and he had made some comments toward them, and they weren't very savory, and then this and this happened, right? That most people who are just naturally trying to communicate what happened and also overtly indicate something like that would not have belabored that point as much as Amber did, but she's trying to go for impact. And I could believe that Johnny might have said something if she hadn't, belabored it so much.
Yes. Let's go to it. So Amber Heard says she was beaten. She had the phone through in her face. She has this Raquel who witnessed the attack, but she also said security was there. Now, security didn't see this, right? Security said they didn't see what she's saying, but she does have this two witnesses that seem to have seen it. This person, Raquel, who got in between. So
the partner that lived across the hall,
the hall. So now, number one, we obviously want to hear from Raquel, right? Whatever she's going to say, because she now can definitely supposedly verify part of Amber Heard's story. So that's going to be a critical witness for Amber.
Right.
But now, what about the fact that the security team said they didn't say something? Does that mean that they're on the take? Because they are paid by Johnny.
Yeah.
So I could see a scenario with security who wants to keep their job don't say anything.
Yeah, they look the other way, and which is like I would expect them to do that. So, and that's why I said earlier, I want to hear from Raquel and I want to hear from the partner who witnessed a lot of it, because let's presume sort of the security team is just neutral in the matter. They came sort of after a lot of the stuff had transpired anyway, so they wouldn't have seen a lot of the bulk of what had happened. So I wouldn't really include their testimony to begin with, but definitely Raquel, definitely the partner, because especially Raquel is putting herself in the line of fire when Johnny is coming towards her with aggression and anger. I think that's going to be a very interesting testimony, because it has to match what Amber has said, and it has to match what the partner is going to say as well. So that's going to be tricky. And then for them, obviously not to perjure themselves in the midst of doing that, because if it comes out, hey, you know what, testimonies aren't matching up, they're going to be in some trouble.
This one. So Amber says she was beaten by Depp. Police were called and the apartment was smashed up. Now, this is where we start getting into the pictures, the show and tell. So first I want to say the cops. So we're all on the same page. The police officers initially testified that when they went to the house, they first got Amber out, and the cop did the physical evaluation of Amber, the female cop. So she did a physical evaluation and didn't see anything. Then she asked, right? Then you go into what happened. Are you okay? And Amber was unresponsive. She didn't want any help. Now that's typical for a DV too. You go there, the wife, even if she has been up, I don't want any, I'm okay, right? So that's you kind of got to judge. But the cops now know that DV victims do this. So they've been trained to kind of work around it. So again, isolation. Now you're in a safe spot. Talk to the cops. Are you okay? You don't have to worry about them. Then number 2. So during that evaluation, they see nothing wrong with her. The cops then say, all right, so just to be sure, because part 2, right? That's part 1. Is she okay? Is she injured? We don't see that. But that could be, she could be hurt somewhere where she's put clothing on or put makeup on, anything, right? So let's go to the apartment, because generally you don't have time to clean. If somebody smashes up everything, the cops are in there within minutes. So you don't have time to clean up everything, right? Just imagine trying to clean up your house in 5 minutes. So the cops are there. So the cops do a walkthrough. They walk through the apartment to see if there's any damage. And as Evan Amber said, they walk through the apartment. So when the cops walked through the apartment, they didn't see this mess. They didn't see this damage. They didn't see all this horror show stuff.
Two separate sets of cops too.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about the first set of cops. So the first set of cops goes in there. They don't see any of this stuff. Right? They see nothing. They see nothing. So then they say, okay, we don't see any. The place is not ransacked. We have no injuries. We had the 911 call. She doesn't want to cooperate with anything. So we don't really have anything. We don't have any evidence of crime. We don't have anything, right? And they went around the house. So then they leave. Don't write a police report, because just so we're clear, the policy of the police department, any injuries, any ransacked property, you write a report. If you don't see any of that, you don't write a report. So they didn't write a report because they didn't have anything. Now, they leave. Second set comes in, right? Second set of cops comes. They go into the apartment. Same thing. See nothing, see no damage, see nothing. She don't believe she's injured, have no evidence, right? There was a second call. So they go back, see nothing. So now you have the cops who've done these 2 evaluations, right, of the scene, have seen nothing. Now that we've done with this, no injuries, no bruises, no nothing. So now she presents this evidence of bruising and injuries, but there's an issue with the metadata. So I'm not even going to go into the issue, but there's an issue with the metadata where we're not too sure when these pictures were taken. They've told us when they believe these pictures are taken, but we actually don't know based on the metadata. So we're going to see the pictures themselves. So here they are. Now, again, remember, the cops did not see this. So here's the first picture of the bruise. What do you think?
Okay, blow it up so I can see it.
I'll move it up a little bit more.
Yeah, the same thing I sort of saw earlier. There's some discoloration above the brow and right below here in their lower orbital. I can't remember what it's called. What's interesting about this is that up here above the brow, it looks like this has actually been in the process of healing, as opposed to down here underneath the eye where it's red. And so it could be the case that that's an old injury, but I'm not sure why there's such a drastic change in discoloration if it's from the same event, right? That's what's strange to me. And she's not a very dark complected person at all. So everything's going to show up. So that's one of the things that I'm sort of noticing here. Like I say, it's very, very, very red down here, but very dark up here.
We have a couple of, because again, just so everybody understands, she says at this time, Johnny Depp threw a phone in her face. So she has a phone that smashed into her face, and she's got these injuries from the phone being thrown at her. So this is the side view.
Okay, yeah, it's a way better lighting. And you see it's very, very rosy cheeks and there's high cheekbones. Yeah. And so here,
there's a frontal view where you do see a little, like it looks like a little swelling on this side compared to this other side.
It does. And since we don't have the metadata, I don't want to assert that these photos have been altered in any way, shape, or form, but it's very strange. Very, very strange, some of these photos.
There's another one where you do see a little something here, but it kind of looks pretty similar to here, except this one, but you see a little like swelling here.
Yeah, there's some redness here, and so
there's redness on both sides here. But again, I'm
look at the over the right eyebrow.
Okay.
I should say her right. Look at her right eyebrow, our left. I
Mhm.
don't see that darkened sort of mark anymore.
Oh yeah. So it looks like these
It's not there.
yeah these pictures again. We don't know if these pictures were taken at the same time, but she's still wearing the same earrings. So this picture a little farther back. This picture a little closer. This is another picture of supposedly the same thing, but it seems like things have changed a little bit. Her earrings are gone now, and
She has different earrings on in this one.
yeah, the cheekbones are a little different and all that stuff. It doesn't seem as crazy. Here's another one. It seems like she's somewhere else in an apartment, but this is her taking a picture again.
So look at that right eyebrow again. That dark mark is not there
Yeah.
anymore. But we still have the very rosy cheeks. It's not as prominent because there were some very dark or red spots in that other one. Go back to the last one.
All right, hold on. Let me go back.
Okay, you see there's a very prominent dark, look like scars. I think I can see one right below her eyelid. Okay,
right yeah.
That's very, very noticeable. Very noticeable.
Yeah.
And so if you go back to the picture that you just had up, you notice that's not really there anymore. Especially that one. It's not there because this is a perfect view of it, especially from the top down, and you don't see that. So if this was taken in the same day, I'm not sure. I've never seen scars heal that fast, ever from anyone I've ever treated, at least.
Here is the police card. So they show the police card. So the police gave the card. So I think they took a picture of this to prove that to kind of prove that all these pictures were taken at the same time. Here's a picture of the police card too, which I again. You
Which
can't
group
really
of police that didn't also see anything?
That didn't see anything. So radio call of dispute, refused to report. It says AD can call at later time if changes mind. So the cops don't have anything but say, hey, you can call us back if you change your mind and want to file a report or something. So she doesn't want to file a report, and there's not enough for the cops to file a report. All right, so this is some damage that we see in the apartment. So this is a corner where she said that he gets mad at the beads and messes up the beads. So the beads are...
I'm guessing they're on whatever that thing is right there. And it just, they were hanging from that thing with the prongs, and he knocked it over.
And the pictures up here, so still good too. So here's some glass that she says. So this is some glass that was on the floor. Here's some more glass. So this is just random pictures of glass, but we don't get that panoramic view of how everything is destroyed. We kind of just get getting little shots, which I would suspect. You shoot the spots, but then you give us a general panoramic view to kind of say this is how the room actually works.
Right. This is the path of destruction. It started here and then it ended here.
Here's some more glass, random glass pictures. But again, we don't know when these things were taken. Now this happens. This is in my bathroom right now. When I went to use the bathroom earlier, this happened. Like the toothbrush cup that we have was knocked over. So I don't know, but it could together with everything, I think it could mean something. But just by itself,
it could mean that Johnny Depp visited your bathroom, right, and did the same thing. That's a possibility.
Here we got some bananas on the floor and stuff like that. But again, this I think goes to the whole. Hey, there was a lot of mess. But now this the problem here with all this, right? I think if the cops come and see messes like this, so let's say you're a cop, you come in, see her bruised up like this. You walk around the apartment, you see mess this. You see all this glass on the floor, you see this, you see things all spread around, you see all this mess. Do you think that it would be enough for the police to file a police report?
Oh, I know, because actually, it's funny you mentioned this. I was speaking to my cousin who does security for on my campus. Mm-hmm. He said that one of the first things he looks for are marks, bruisings on either participant, and then if he doesn't see anything, he looks around the premises to see if there's any destruction. Right?
Yeah.
And so that is the order in which he looks for something. If one person has it, they'll marks on them. Other person's going to jail. If both of them have it, they're both getting taken. And so that's sort of, it seems to be that's the protocol, at least around these parts of Texas. I would imagine, when you were a police officer, that's sort of a very, very similar protocol. But for two separate police teams to go and all of them just missed this, or either they're negligent and just said screw it and risking their career, or this happened after they left.
Yes. It's something's got to be up, because these cops, they may be in trouble if all this was there and they still didn't write a report. 2 sets of cops, by the way. Brian Anderson says, Nate, I love your notes and exhibits with your explanations. They are very helpful for non-lawyers to keep up. Play the devil's advocate to present a balanced report card. Yes. Well, yeah, no, but that's just what we do here. We don't believe either side. We believe in the evidence. So we're challenging the evidence even on both sides. Thank you for the thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. The teacup Yorkie dump doesn't make sense.
I'm
Neither.
willing to buy the teacup Yorkie story. I'm willing to buy the fact that the dog could have done it. The issue is that what she is claiming to have happened at different times, right? There's different stories now as to what happened. Johnny was gone, so he had no idea. She knew how that turd got in there because the only other person that has access to that are people who work for Johnny, who are obviously not going to defecate in his bed, and her. So at some point, it's just reliant upon, it's incumbent upon her to provide a solid story or explanation as to what happened, and she's not done that. And that's the issue.
Here we go with the pictures because we got a lot of picture issues here. So we have this picture thing going on where you have all of these pictures that she says were destroyed, right? So she gives us the whole thing. All the pictures were destroyed. But I'm looking at these pictures here and I don't see destroyed pics.
Okay. So
what do you see?
So what I'm doing right now, I'm pulling this up on my other screen. I just took a screenshot of what we have here, and I'm actually blowing this up to almost 200%. And I'm looking at each picture individually. I'm looking for cracks. I'm looking for something. The one on the far right that you see of the man sort of holding his hand, there's nothing. That one's pristine.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm opening the door. Go ahead.
So there's another one. If y'all look at the very bottom with the black border and kind of the beige background. We can only see the lower half of that, but it could be that there's cracks from just having the weight of the other ones tossed onto it. Obviously, we can't see the one right above it. The one that's third from the bottom there with the kind of the gold border. Not seeing anything on there either. Actually, I'm going to blow it up some more on my end. So this, mind you, I'm at 225%. I took a screenshot of what Nate's showing, and I'm looking. I'm not seeing any damage at all, not even to the border of these pictures. So the fourth from the bottom, so the one there that's just, I should say second from the top with the golden border, and it looks like it's all white. I'm not seeing anything there either. So I'm going to scroll up to see that very top one with the reflection. We can't see sort of what's in that reflection. Like we always see is a lamp. But I'm not seeing any cracks or any damage to any of the borders. So it looks like these were taken off the wall and gingerly sort of tossed upon the bed, upon one another. But we can presume that. We don't know if they were placed, whether they were tossed or what. But if they were just tossed, you would expect a shard of glass somewhere. Because, mind you, we still haven't found the actual picture that those shards of glass came from. I've not seen that.
Yes. And one thing I'm and this is one thing with who is it? Lauren Lumber made this point, is that when generally you have these cross examinations, you look for these statements of never, right? And here she said all of the pictures were destroyed, right? The glass was breaking on all the pictures, but then you present this picture where all the glass isn't broken, where all the glass isn't. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, well, at least show me a picture with some of them broken, right? Because now I'm at the point where you don't got, these just may have been the ones that survived. But all the other pictures they showed don't have, essentially don't really have anything broken either. This one fell, and she even said, remember when we saw this one where it was fell, and she said, remarkably, it was the only one that wasn't broken. But it's like, no, you just showed us all these other pictures that weren't broken. You know what I mean?
Exactly like the other ones. There's nothing remarkable about it. We've not seen a broken picture as of yet.
And then she shows this one. So this one is the picture where the one that's still hanging on the wall, but it has a crack in the glass. And she says she heard him punch this. He didn't punch it. She heard him punch this. What do you think about that one?
See, I could almost believe that. Almost. The issue that I have, it looks like something was thrown at this.
Yes.
And just from where the impact is, because if you imagine your fist, right, there's going to be a point of impact that is going to be where your knuckles are. So you're going to have an uneven, almost a kind of a contoured impact wound based around where your knuckles are. That looks like something small and circular was thrown, and then the glass shattered from the impact of how it landed. So I don't even think that he punched that. If anything, we don't know, because I think one of them may have thrown something at it and it cracked.
And again, the picture right under it, because remember, the picture right under it is still good. So, it's choppy, but I think she's given us enough to kind of, what about now? We have this final picture of the bruise. Now, this is where I think things get a little dicey for the story, because first you get the whole "I'm always out, I always do makeup." She remember she made that absolute statement every single day, but then here she said that she did. Now, and she made, and the reason why she has to wear that makeup is because of her skin condition. She has a skin condition that doesn't. I'm calling it the vampire clause, right? Where she can't go in and put makeup on. Well, she has to put makeup on. Here she said that she did, and she walked out proudly with none of that makeup on. So for me, this conflicts, but I want to be fair and say, well, but if I'm going for a TRO and I want the judge to issue a TRO, I want him to see the bruise. So I may not put makeup on and color correct for a bruise that I need to show someone to get a TRO. So even though she says she always does it, I can see why in this scenario where you need someone to see that you're bruised, you wouldn't cover up the bruise. So that's where I'm at with this picture. I understand the whole I absolutely always do it, but then I understand in this situation that this could be an exception. $5 from Vodrake. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Even if AH is telling the truth about the phone, that isn't enough to prove abuse for me. If she chucks something at him and he throws something back, that's true. That it's an interesting way to see it. It's an interesting way to think about it. But he's claiming he never abused her. She's claiming she was abused. So that's going to be a fact for the jury to decide. But I think she's given him enough to say there was some abuse here. I think she's given him enough, right? She's given us. She does. We have pictures of her bruise, even though we don't really know when. We got those pictures. We got the restraining order. So she's given us, I think, enough to hang our hat on abuse. That she can say, okay, I was also abused. Mary Rose Lally says, yes, go my nephew. Yes, go my nephew. My nephew hurt his head. Hospital thought his mom. I don't know why am I reading this so bad? All right, let me start this again, Mary. I'm so sorry. I'm chopping this up. Years ago, my nephew hurt his head. Hospital thought his mom did it, but it was a TV he pulled down. PT is we took so many pics, videos of the scene. This lady did this, and doesn't she own a ringlet? A ringlet. What's a ringlet? Doesn't she own a ringlet?
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure the ringlet is.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But go ahead.
I'm looking at this picture now of her and this supposed bruise, and there's something bothering me about it, because it doesn't look like she had been punched or hit at all. This looks like acne.
Yeah,
I'm going to be completely honest with you. It looks like a bad case of inflamed acne.
Should I blow it up?
Yeah, I would blow it because I just took a screenshot and I blew it up myself, and I was like, why does it look more like a pustule instead of because it's you will get some inflammation, if you keep messing with a pimple, but the reason a pimple gets large is a little bit different, right? It's actually like your body's fighting with a mini infection, but this doesn't look like it bruised like with the other picture she had where I pointed out the brown stuff up top of here. That looked more like a bruise. That looked like the entire area was inflamed. That's very isolated, incredibly. And the redness is just surrounding that one point right there that appears to look like a pustule of some sort. But I don't know.
Thank you, Jane.
I'm speculating, but it seems very weird for someone who had been punched by a grown man.
Yeah, it's really isolated, but it could be the side. Just given the benefit of the doubt, it could be the side of the phone, hit that spot or whatever. I'm not even sure. But this was enough to get her a TRO. So this morning, we had a lot of testimony. So two things. She did bring some. Oh, first, before we get into the conversation, listen. This stream is sponsored by Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN. Link in the description. If you're looking for a VPN, it's a pinned comment. It's what is it, 80 with more than 80% off. If you click the link in the description, I think it's like $1.09, less than $2 a month for a VPN. Atlas VPN is absolutely great. You get an ad blocker, which for some reason I don't use because I feel like I'm stealing money from my fellow YouTube creators by not watching the ads, but they do have an ad blocker. Again, Atlas VPN. If you are in the market for a VPN, Atlas VPN. If it's right for you, check it out. Link in the description and link is in the pinned comment in the chat. So now, and thanks again to the good people at Atlas VPN. Thank you, Atlas VPN. So at the end of the day, because you're coming into this quite new, you're not like me who's watched every single moment of the trial and looked at every single thing. What's your impressions right now? Yeah, what's your impression now?
Right now, I have a hard time believing Amber Heard. I will openly admit the fact that she has borderline personality disorder, and the fact that I've dealt with somebody for several years that has that same disorder has kind of put a bad taste in my mouth because she's not taking her illness very seriously. So I am very familiar with what people with that disorder who don't seek treatment are prone to do. And so her behavior, especially the inconsistencies, are very, very, very normal for that sort of scenario. I'm trying to set that aside personally and just evaluate what she says just on the face of it, just on the face of the allegations. I can believe that Johnny Depp has struck her at some point. I won't deny that, and I will accept it without evidence, provided that there is at least a consistent narrative, right, that hinges on just Johnny Depp himself admitting to substance abuse, admitting to going overboard, just something that would indicate that this particular time, yes, he has crossed the line and he should not have done X, Y, and Z. I don't hear that from Amber. I hear someone trying to paint a picture that what she thinks other people want to hear, and it comes out inconsistent because she's telling different stories to different people at different times, and she's not concerned with being consistent in any sense.
Well, so I'm gonna put on my pro Amber Heard hat. So if I'm pro Amber Heard, like there's some people there, we've got some pro Amber Heard people in the chat. Mm-hmm. If I'm pro Amber Heard, I'm saying we had a pretty decent direct examination. We got a lot of evidence and a lot of pictures. And again, the claim here is a defamation claim. So we really can't miss the forest for the tree. This claim is all about defamation. And can Johnny Depp prove that he never, in his relationship with his ex-wife, abused her? She's put in all this evidence just about abuse, right? So, and understand this, people. You don't have to believe it all. You just got to believe one occurrence. And I think she put a lot into this last occurrence where she had a couple of people there who I'm hoping is going to testify for that this actually happened. She's also got all these pictures and everything showing some bruises. So that's what she wants to do. She just needs to show one instance of abuse within the relationship on Johnny Depp, and she can win on those two claims that she says that she was a victim of domestic abuse, essentially. So those two claims she can win on if she just proves it happened once. The claim that she's really got to overcome, which she tried to do, I think on last 10 days ago when she was on the stand, is the sexual abuse claim. So then you have the sexual abuse claim. Now earlier today she mentioned that there was like 3 times that she believes that she was sexually abused by Depp. And that's her claim. So if the jury buys one of those 3 instances as sexual abuse, then she can win on that too. Because again, the claims have to be false from them to be defamatory. So what do you think about the abuse claims? How do you think her outlet? Because so let's separate them into 2. Let's do sexual assault. Has she been able to defend has she been able to convince you that she was sexually abused by Depp from the testimony you've heard?
I do not. Like you say, she has not convinced me. I don't expect a whole rape kit done on her. That's I think that's above and beyond what is sufficient for the claims that she's making. So since already my bar is lowered on that, I would just expect her to have recorded the event in her diary that she herself offered up as a means of sort of validating previous claims. The confidant that she has, Raquel, and there's another lady as well, when she had gone to Coachella, at no point did she indicate that she had mentioned the sexual assault to the friend, which is incredibly strange for you not to mention, given the gravity of the situation. That, in fact, at the beginning, she had harped on, the fact that how could you forget something like this? How you always remember it? Well, conveniently, she did not remember it long enough to tell her friend, or to record it, or to have anything that you would find typical of an actual victim of abuse. So to me, it still stands to be unsubstantiated. There's a lot of sort of her impugning the motives of a lot of other people, including some of the people that would help validate the claims, like the security staff, like the nurse, who could definitely shows that, hey, I can, as a nurse, hey, I could check her out and say there may be some signs here of some sexual activity, whether or not it's an assault or not, could be in dispute, but fine, that's still something to maybe corroborate it. So I don't feel as though she has legitimately, honestly, told the version of reality, right, that exists for the rest of us. She's telling a story that she wants people to buy, and there seems to be nothing, even if I lowered the bar further, I don't think that she can sufficiently substantiate any of those claims.
Now, the good part about it is that since we have like this free-flowing thing going on, let's look at what some of the other lawyers are saying. I was like, you know what? Let's look what everybody else is saying too, because we're watching it, and I want to see. Let's see what my brethren are saying. So let's start with Viva, because Viva is live now. Viva Free. And I just want to see what he says about what he's saying is going on. So we're gonna listen to some of his coverage while we're on the break. All right, let me share this. Hold on. So we're gonna stop around at all the lawyers. Oh, and he's got Runkle in there. Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna share this screen. Oops, gotta unshare that one. So he's.
That's already too much. This is so you get in line.
So he got somebody. So this is Runkle of the Bailey. Ian, he is in the courtroom.
One question about the line. There was a scandal about two pushers who pushed their way into line, from what I heard.
Yes. So when they did the whole line shift thing, basically they'd actually somebody had been really smart in the lineup and had gone and numbered everybody who was already there. And once we were all numbered, it was like, okay, cool, we've got our place, right? If you get up and go to the bathroom, then you can come back and be like, hey, I've got space number 80. And it's kind of, I don't know if you can still see it.
I'm showing my pee habits. Yeah, no, I can see it now. And by the way, we saw this, I think it's on your Twitter feed as well. I pinned your channel so people can go to your channel after.
Awesome. But there were a couple of people who just kind of wedged their way in. And, when the line got reshuffled and they were being, fairly entitled about the notion that they got to do that. And so this was creating some tension with the people who were otherwise going to get bumped. And as well, the people who just felt that was infringing their sense of fairness. So that has resulted in a Twitter hashtag of, that is, and there's now like tons of memes mocking these people. So I kind of feel like it might not have been worth it for them. I don't even know if they actually got the wristband either.
They've certainly got mocked on social media. I don't like it because it can actually like cross a line pretty quickly, even through the standard mockery. But when you say the line got reshuffled, what does that mean, and why did it get how?
All right, we were watching Viva, but I am going to change from Viva because Viva is not talking about the case. Let's look at Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. Good Logic.
All right. So they got trouble at the courthouse.
Why would anyone believe this?
I like.
They ask you why would anybody believe? That's what we didn't ask it. Why would anybody believe this?
Ridiculous.
That's a great question.
Has them post against her prove
The
her a
most-
liar there,
Yeah.
it makes it a heck of a lot easier to suggest that she's been lying about all of this.
Yes.
And go through the
Because
next
we have
one.
all these people who testified to basically directly contradict the cops who don't make a police report because they don't see anything. They say that it's all crying.
See,
One cop,
he
second
said it.
cop,
They
three
said the
different
same
cops
thing we
testified,
said.
one by one. Isaac Baruch saying he doesn't see anything.
It's a conspiracy.
Timeline with the wine and
Yeah.
everything that's happening there. All this evidence against the fact that the bruise looks so much that no one can ever see the bruise, and no one. And the one time she comes out is to flash that bruise when she goes down to court for the DV. That's the day she takes off her makeup and decides to make a spectacle. And somehow TMZ shows up there when there's no reason that she has
Joe
to
is
be there.
speaking
Much less
facts.
TMZ would know that she's there, but somehow they know that
He's
she's
talking about the pimple picture.
so
Yeah.
and that's where I basically would say how this entire final incident, the straw that broke the camel's back, that was completely and thoroughly staged by her, much like everything else that we're seeing here.
So you start there because obviously, yeah, on direct they have the most evidence of that.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
what? You work back to Australia because
Yeah.
a ton of evidence
Yeah, and then
there.
I would start.
And
I would
then you
start working.
start wrapping up the little ones that you brought up today.
Here's the thing with Australia: you don't want to give her a chance to fix it. Like you don't want to give her a chance to fix the inconsistencies. So you want to tread very, very, very carefully when you question her about Australia.
Yeah.
Because you
Yeah.
like that in your closing. You can basically cite
Yeah,
from her.
that's true.
You can cite from her stuff and not give her an opportunity to fix up and say, well, I meant this. Because so many times, she's punched over and over and over again. And yet she has this tiny little stupid cut, this tiny little thing. So what is he punching you with a feather?
If he punched you on your temple and that's the best,
Yeah.
come on. It strains credulity. The Australian thing, I agree, you don't want to necessarily let her clean it up.
Yep.
But which was the incident where he ripped
So-
off her nightgown and dragged her by her hair through the glass? Was that not
That
Australia?
was
That was Australia. That was
So
Australia.
I still want to go after her injuries on that one.
Right.
Yeah.
That I would say. In other words, I wouldn't fixate on when this thing happened and that thing happened in the cross. But the fact that
So we are now moving. So they are saying the same thing we're saying. They literally
Maybe,
said,
I was like, maybe we're just going crazy, but they seem to be echoing a lot of stuff. And they point well, I'm calling out the pimple picture when she went to the courthouse. It's like, it just so happened paparazzi was there, and I just so happened not to wear makeup, even though I said that I always wear makeup anytime I leave the house, and that's part of my daily routine that I always do. Okay, fine, cool. So there are a lot of inconsistencies, and so I would say just because, and I'm going to push back on what one of the gentlemen said. Just because she had something wrong doesn't mean that everything else that she says is thereby wrong. I don't
That's
think
true.
that that's correct at all. Because you do have people who intentionally tell untruths, right, with the intention to deceive, and there are people who misremember, right, and there are people who are mistaken. So I would say let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. But in this case, we have her audio and then her testimony right after contradicting. So it's her contradicting herself, right,
Yes.
and then trying to smooth it over. And I think that's what's hurting her, not the fact that that she's simply getting stuff wrong, like the date that the makeup came out that she supposedly used a couple of bruising. You know what, that could be a mistake. You know what, lots of makeup, that happens. But the audio of her is what kills her in my mind.
yes. Listen, people. We are going to listen to now the lawyer The lawyer Let's see what their
Let's
take
focus
was
on
on
the
it.
makeup for a second. So I wore makeup every day. Okay, there's a couple things to pick out here that we would use on cross, I think. I wore makeup every day. I started my routine by washing my face, putting a moisturizer on that had...
Hold on. Does this sound familiar to you people? That's exactly what we just been saying, right? You literally just said this. We all saying the same thing.
Concealer or whatever. I'm sure I'm going to use wrong verbiage. And then I put another concealer on. So if you did that every day, why didn't you do it? And why'd you have no makeup on when you went for the TRO? I mean, we know the answer, but...
Right. Obviously, we want to look sad and pathetic at the TRO so the judge feels sorry for us.
Oh, yeah.
This all makeup thing, wearing makeup all the time is interesting. Worrying about the paparazzi when you leave your house every single morning means you are picture perfect when you leave the house because you don't want any bad photos. However, you also, when the police come over You don't want to have Johnny arrested. However, you have pictures taken of the injuries.
Thank you.
You don't appear to have makeup on over those pictures. So the injuries show up very clearly. Why are you taking pictures of you with the injuries if you don't want Johnny
Different angles, different lighting.
Don't want the police over there to arrest him?
See, again, this is exactly what you mentioned earlier, right? It seems like we're all on the same page here. It seems like we're so all on the same page here.
Let me let me let people know here. I'm not a lawyer at all.
Yes.
I'm not.
But they're saying exactly what you said.
I'm not. Like I'm just
Oh my
watching,
God.
like this doesn't make any sense. Like I'm just listening to what she's saying and it doesn't match up. But okay, all right.
And I am far from a makeup expert. But is there such a makeup that is so perfectly invisible that you wouldn't know that somebody is wearing makeup and looks so natural, yet so covering that it was going to cover the bruises and the redness and the blood and all the problems that she had on her face? That to me just doesn't seem plausible as somebody who is not a makeup expert and has never worn makeup. But to me, it's like either you'd be able to tell you're wearing makeup because it's covering stuff up, or it looks very natural, but it's not going to.
So I think for them, they are obviously picking apart the testimony too. Mm-hmm. At this point, what do you think about the performance of direct examination for Amber Heard this morning? What do you think? How do you think that went?
I want to give her legal counsel some kind of credit. I see the direction that they're going, right? They're trying to address inconsistencies, and these inconsistencies are what's going to hold the jury's attention, because it's like if you can't maintain some type of credibility like with your witness, then you have no hopes of winning the case. And so let's go ahead and let's address the inconsistencies. Let's let people understand Amber victim is a domestic violence victim, right? She has been abused. And so we should expect a certain, I guess, nascent level of inconsistency that you would expect from someone who has been abused, right? Then we know that happens. But the problem that they have not surmounted is that it's with her.
Yes.
It's her trying to contradict her own words, and she's not doing it in a way that I think is sufficient to sort of cover up just these glaring issues, because the client that they have is spinning a narrative, and that narrative is there are people out there plotting against me. There's a conspiracy. I personally believe the people who work for Johnny obviously have a bias. They give a paycheck, but the police, two different sets of police. The RN who saw her, there's the doorman who I mistakenly thought worked for Johnny, but no, he works for the building. None of these people have a direct connection to Johnny or direct influence under Johnny. So how are they being thrown into this whole conspiratorial, just I don't know what you want, a quagmire that she's not actually selling it. She's referencing a conspiracy, but she's not selling it to people to make it convincing.
Well, she just, the way she threw it out is that all these people are paid by Johnny, so they're going to do what he's going to say. And I think most people have the natural inclination to believe that, right? Most people have the natural, somebody's paying your paycheck, somebody's, supporting your family. You're going to do what they're going to say. So I think she's doing it. But the thing is that it's her nurse that wrote those things down. That nurse worked for her. That wasn't Johnny's nurse, right? And this nurse is saying, she told me this. She's just literally writing down what she told her.
Dictating what her boss is telling her to write, right? And so what motivation do you have to make up stuff about what your boss is telling you? Like, I don't understand that part.
It doesn't make any sense. But again, it is what it is. Let's see. So now this is Legal Bites. Shout out to Legal Bites. Let's see how this is right after the testimony, and let's see what they say.
Successfully make cover, like especially an eye bruise like that. But if she did have rosacea, which those pictures honestly looked like, those are really common to correct the redness, like using the green on the redness to cover up rosacea, but not a bruise, my dear friend. No, and it wasn't swollen, and your nose takes forever to heal. Just false.
That, and when she went through the color changing of bruises, which we're all familiar with and we understand, but she never has.
That's Lord talk with Mike.
Third day changed colors of bruises, and that would be a lot more compelling, because that is from a bruise. Rosacea doesn't act like that. Pinching, it doesn't act like that. But we don't have any of those photos conveniently.
Yeah, just another one of those weird coincidences.
There are a lot.
I'm going to share the tweet from Andrea Burkhart here.
Oh, Andrea Burkhart says something, but Andrea is one of the people
was scared of was
this
the
is
person
this is
I'm in
Spidey.
love with.
Spidey is
Not
is
who
a
the
body
person I
expert,
was
is a
scared
body
of was
language
the person
expert.
I was in love with. Not the person I'm scared of is the person I'm in love with. Like she said, because there's a lot of people who have said like, you know, she speaks in the present. Like, you know, he's doing this, he's doing that. Some people do that. Some people, when they go back into a memory, will speak in the present as they try to recall, especially sensory things. I'm feeling this, I'm seeing that, I'm hearing this behind me. I turn around, I see that. So it's not a big deal when you do that, but it's a big deal when you shift, especially mid-sentence. So for her to say the person I was scared of, the logical conclusion to that would be was the person I was in love with back then. But for her to switch mid-sentence, the person
Ian's
I
here,
was,
leader.
what's that?
Yep. Oh yeah. Sorry, I was just about to. I
You're
was,
letting
I was trying to
Spidey
find a
finish. I'm
transition.
sorry,
You
I
know
just
what? I'll
saw
just
the
add him
alert.
in. Sorry.
So
I
this
was
is
gonna
this is
have
this
a
is
witty
well,
transition.
this is Ian. He's in the courtroom. So it seems like everybody's kind of saying the same thing that we were saying, right? Like this, none of this stuff makes sense, but there's enough here where we can like assume something happened. But is what she said happened? Because again, to believe her side of the story, we have to disbelieve a lot of other people. We got to disbelieve the nurse, right? Let's we got to disbelieve the nurse, right?
Yeah.
And the nurse's notes, number one.
Yeah.
So, do you believe the nurse, or do you believe the nurse just fabricated everything the nurse wrote? Right? I never said any of that. The nurse is lying.
With no motivation behind why she would do such a thing. But
The nurse that works for her.
yeah.
Okay. The police come in. We've talked about how they came and did their thing. They've got to be lying.
Yeah.
They've unfortunately got to be lying. So then the second set of police that came, then the doorman, then it's like there's so many people that we can't believe to believe her story. So that is the issue that I'm starting to come to with this. It's just so much that we just can't. It's just so much that she's forcing us to choose. I don't know how you get there. I don't know how you get there with her.
I think that if she would have just connected, or just not even connected, let me not say that. If she would have just offered an explanation as to why these people would fabricate these things, you know what? Hey, I had a bit of a row with the
nurse.
With the nurse, she might have known that I was maybe seeking, my medical advice from somebody else, and so. I seen Johnny and her talking, and so I wasn't really sure what had been going on. We had grown distant. If she had just sort of peppered in stuff like that, I think that would have helped her at least establish a motive, because obviously she can't openly speculate about it, but she can at least establish some doubt in what the nurse's motives may have been, without just going out and say, oh, well, she's just lying about all that stuff, especially stuff that I dictated to her personally. She's lying about it. The doorman, hey, you know what? I don't speak to doormen. And some of them I take offense to it, and so he had been sort of cold to me in the last few. Just something, right? Just and it's sad that I'm trying to help her sell this story, but just that's what I would look for in a testimony to kind of make me go, you know what? Possibly, right? They could have possibly had it out for her. She's not the most cordial person in the world. She's not, I've heard that she's not very easy to work with, and I can see why. And so if she sort of leans into that and instead of trying to project this image that she's just this perfect fucking victim, then I think more people would be on her side.
Yeah, I think the problem is that she wants to make it seem like she is she's like, in other words, she has no fault, right? She's done nothing wrong. Even the drug use, right? I took some one time and I got sick and it's like that type of thing. I think the winning strategy for Amber Heard would be, he was abusive, I was abusive. It was a blur. That type of thing I could believe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't believe this. I'm an angel, and that's just not. I don't see how copping to what she told the nurse hurts her, right? Yeah, I told the nurse that. Yeah, I never got a diagnosis, but
her focus is maintaining a perfect angel image. When it's like, if she would have said, you know what, when Johnny got me in the sleeper car and then he started assaulting me, I punched him in the fucking eye.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Absolutely.
Believable.
Thank you.
We believe you.
Yeah, I would. She would have to present nothing other than that photo with him having a black eye. Yeah. He tried to garrote me with my own shirt, and I fought him off. done deal. I would have not
Understandable.
questioned nothing from that because you see the photo, you know the relationship. He's admitting to being a drinker and using drugs.
Yes.
Nothing. But her version of that story tells me that she's picking and choosing certain things that she thinks people want to hear and not just telling the reality.
Yes.
That's what I look for.
2,000%.
Yeah. I mean,
Let's look to see what Nick Recchietta. I call him Recchietta, but it's Recchietta. Let's see what Nick from Recchietta Law thinks.
I'm gonna keep calling.
Here we go. I call him Recchietta.
I'm sitting far right against the wall, so I've got a clear line of sight of Amber as well as.
This is Law and Lumber. They're in the
right.
they're our team inside.
Completely viewed.
The
jury is very young, so
this is what we got on the jury.
Three males in between 20s and 30s, probably guessing early to mid 20s.
Sure. Makeup of the jury we're getting.
30s,
Dangerous.
African American woman, middle age, probably 40s, 50s. Asian American woman who is in her 30s, who looks like a Polynesian male in 40s, who quite literally has completely checked out, does not believe anything Amber's saying, and just puts his hand over his face.
Yeah. Oh wow, he's not buying it.
Caucasian female in her 50s that we cannot figure out. She looks like a Catholic school mom.
Okay.
And then Caucasian male in his 30s that we all thought was like giving Amber a lot of stuff, but then he started showing body signals that he wasn't really buying it. And then you've got a Caucasian male in his 60s that we can't figure out either. But the jury is really not showing a lot of reaction. They're not looking at her.
Wow.
Ooh, that's probably why she keeps looking over, because she's trying to elicit that eye contact.
Like faking writing notes. Like he would hold his pen there and then kind of just wiggle the pen back and forth, but wouldn't write anything. Like it was to preoccupy him so he didn't have to watch what Amber was doing or saying.
Right.
One of the jurors I don't know if he's hearing impaired, but he has been completely checking out. Like he just like fold over, like it's like someone hit the reset button on him. Like at the very end.
Wow.
That's not
Before
good.
we got to break.
This is not good for Amber.
That's
not good.
Trying to think of everything else that's relevant.
Johnny's
They're
very
not buying the
personal. He's
emotion.
making the courtroom laugh and stuff.
Yeah,
just
I'm
on
not
that
either.
alone.
They're really
It's
not.
not good.
And
Because that's not
watching
testimony.
the emotional
That's
breakdown,
not
like that
evidence.
last
Like,
one
that's just
before
likability.
we kind of went. Like I was tracking like what they were doing as they were going down that, or as she was going down that emotional rabbit hole, and it was basically two of them were calling bullshit. One of them had no eye contact at the beginning. That
The
was
jury's calling bullshit.
Kind of just hit reset button and just laid, put his head down.
The jury doesn't believe her. Oh my
Other
god.
one was
That's Ron
basically
Coleman.
falling asleep.
He's one of the best
No one
defamation
made eye
attorneys on the planet. That's
No one.
Ron
People were
Coleman.
either taking notes, but no one made eye contact except for one, the 30s male, who would look up and down, but he had this like creased brow towards the end, like you couldn't figure out what he was. It's like he was trying to parse through what she was saying as she was saying it.
Yeah, it is
didn't
hard to
really
follow her
buy into
story.
all of it.
Yeah,
Because you
I
start to
think,
build a
and you
mental
can
image
tell me
of
if
what's
I've got
happening,
the
and
wrong
it doesn't
sentiment
make
here. I
sense.
think they've had a real trouble establishing the timeline very effectively throughout this entire testimony. I mean,
It's
I thought
so
it was
true.
worse in
Yeah.
the prior weeks, but I mean, just getting from A to B
It's such a
has
strain.
been kind of difficult for me to follow. I imagine the jury's got to be having trouble too.
I mean, they sped through stuff. They moved through
Yeah.
stuff a lot faster today.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've picked up. She's a lot more aggressive today.
Yeah.
She is. That chin is out. She is
Yeah,
combative.
she's out the
She
blood.
is like there's a stick rammed straight up her backside that is like she is ramrod straight in that chair, and the jury is not responding to it. The jury is like leaned back in their chair. They're like, during one point of one of these emotional pieces of testimony, the jury had their chairs pointed at Elaine, and they were craning their neck over at the witness. That is not what you want when you're doing direct examination.
That's
No.
true. Yeah.
No.
You want to be looked the witness to be looking
and
at.
I think it's because the show has been where Elaine and Camille have been clashing.
Yeah. That's a
What's
good
your impression on the objections? Is the jury reacting? I mean, there's a lot of objections today.
Yeah, the objections were fire.
50-year-old male juror hates Elaine. We're convinced.
So what is Elaine is Amber's
That's-
attorney.
I thought at first she hated the objections.
Yeah.
He hated the objections. He would look over at the table. But then I realized that Elaine would rephrase the question and he kept on looking at Elaine. without turning over to
Oh.
Amber. And I'm like, he hates the fact that she has to keep asking these questions, and he's trying to figure out where she's going with it.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah,
All right.
I think Camille's.
We want to thank Nick and the crew over there. So it seems like we've looked at all these other lawyer streams, and everybody seems to be coming to the same conclusions that we came to here. Things just ain't adding up. Things ain't just adding up. Two brothers sitting back here just watching this, and we're saying it don't add up. We went to all the lawyers, and they said it's not added up. So what do you think Amber needs to do? Because we got 1 minute before trial is back on. What do you think she needs to do to change? Because obviously the jury, from what we're hearing now, the jury doesn't seem to be buying it. If that's the case, what can she do to help us to help turn that around?
Oh man, she's going to have to give a good summation of the actual abuse and tie in not the conspiracies that she's been spinning, but people that they can tap and direct resources or links to evidence to corroborate it, right? If Raquel say, you know what, Raquel has witnessed this and she can testify to the validity of my statements and her version of events, while maybe slightly different from her perspective, still speak to the direct abuse that she witnessed and I suffered. Something like that would be very, very powerful, because again, if someone like that gets on the stand, and I'm referring to Raquel, she probably didn't want to perjure herself, right? So she's going to, if this happened the way that Amber said, she's going to tell a version that's very close to Amber's, supposedly. So that's something I think would be very powerful for Amber. I would not pursue the sexual assault stuff, because there's nothing concrete. Obviously, like I said, we're not going to have a rape kit. She didn't say anything to her friend, and they just went to Coachella like nothing happened. Which I think hurts.
I think that hurts too.
I would stay away from that and just go with the violence witnessed by close friends and confidants, such as Raquel.
Thank you. Here we go. Let's get this super chat out the way. Boom. Hobo Jim says, what does it say for your career as an actor when the most cameras you've ever saw was when you went to court? It says that you got to have a hell of a career. I don't know.
Good luck in the future.
Yeah, I don't know. So it seems like we have a problem. Here we go. We're back on. But it seems like we got a problem with credibility, because this is a he said, she said case, and doesn't look like they believe she. Doesn't look like they believe her. Letting people back in the courtroom right now. This is an uphill battle, but I've been giving Amber the benefit of the doubt, but this isn't looking good. It doesn't look good for Amber's side. Doesn't look good for her side at all.
She's pigeonholed herself, not just with the audio, but with these. Oh, I've never been outside without makeup, or just saying stuff like that is she's hurting herself.
And everybody picked up on it. I just love how everybody picked. As soon as we clicked to next to, they picked up on it. They picked up on everything that we were saying. Everybody's picking up on the same stuff, which is
said, you know what, on a normal day, I don't walk out with makeup, and that you can establish a pattern, but you're not excluding, the opportunity for you to say, there's a few exceptions. Okay, cool. Hey, I had to rush out and grab Johnny some donuts because he was really drunk and I want to get away from him. And you could slip some of that stuff in there.
Yeah, and we're talking about a normal day too, right?
Yeah.
This is not I'm going to get a TRO day. Yeah.
So I think it's her again. The problem is her. The problem is her.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, but it's those statements. It's those, because I think when you're trying to convince somebody, you'll tend to use more grandiose statements, right? All the time. I never do something like, because you're trying to sell something instead of trying to understand where you're going with it. So she's trying to sell it. She's trying to sell it. She's trying to sell it hard.
I think she could spin her assaulting him too. I think she could still. It would take a bit, but I think she could spin that. Even though she said, yeah, she was the aggressor. Yeah, you know what? I got tired of it. And the second I detected Johnny becoming violent with me, you know what? I got up to defend myself, and I didn't want to back down to him. Like she could have spun it like that and still garnered some sympathy, even though she's tacitly admitting to being the aggressor.
I think that wins for her, though. I think it wins. I think her saying we both were the abusers wins. I think that wins. I don't think this wins. I think this whole,
I'm
angel versus
perfect
devil
and-
thing, that doesn't
No.
win.
No.
And I think that's why the jury's checking out, because it's too much. It's too much.
Nobody
It's-
believes that.
Yeah,
Nobody believes she stood there and just was a punching bag, and the police didn't see it, the nurse didn't see it, the doorman didn't see it, and it's like, no, it's too much.
First, also, he's got to give another quick shout out to Atlas VPN. Atlas VPN, link in the pinned comment, link in the description. You get over 80% off if you click the link if you need to pick up a VPN. So again, thank you for sponsoring this video, Atlas VPN. All right, here we go. Oh,
Pictures for.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence. 155, got it. Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit? And it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right, is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it. Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
so was that going to be for the whole 357, or is that 357A, or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in there.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B in evidence. Thank you.
I can just tell you the basic facts is like it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that, and if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
It just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's not gonna file anything that they think is better for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally. Meaning I'll have to go and pursue I have to pursue the whole course of action, because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically we'll know, because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything's in their court. We literally
They won't
not
settle.
doing
Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem. Like she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay.
Why?
I tell you what, Amber. Let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Like look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce while we still had the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign that he had
Objection, Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling
And none of this we got on tape.
said.
None of this we got on tape.
And that he'd ruined my career, and he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar, and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit. That's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm gonna move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 357C in evidence.
All right, Michelle, if you complain.
It's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. Like, no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of
What?
of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross corroborated. Then it is a plan. I'm going to sneak up on myself and take pictures.
She's talking about having the type of cooperation she currently doesn't have in this case.
Well,
That's what it sounds like.
Imaginary life run parallel to it. You understand that the pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip. I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I don't know how bad it will be until the morning every day. But you can hear it. I don't know how. I'm icing it. I just, I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. matter. There is nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this case. It will be criminal as well, because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't had that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third party prosecutor comes, and a criminal.
I have the gun and the bullets. Don't make me use it.
The problem is hearing from you, like your biggest struggle is that this is just it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any,
This doesn't make her look like a victim. This makes her look like a
and
manipulator.
I felt like I'm not, like, I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
This is probably the best piece of
Explain
tape.
what the context of this was.
I was
Oh boy.
begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I was trying to point out how absurd,
Does she know his mental
how
state?
absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him.
But you
I
spent the
loved
last
him
10 minutes of
so
that call
much.
explaining to him how you could hurt him.
That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357?
You didn't want to hurt him, but you wrote an article about him explaining how he's an
And
abuser.
that is 17:25 to 17:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
All right.
That last audio had a lot to it, though. I'm gonna say parts of it was like, but parts of it were like,
Baby,
And I've been called
baby,
gold digger.
baby,
Everyone is
baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E?
what did we just hear that for?
And this is
I didn't call. So he didn't call her those things.
21:47
Okay.
to 22:37.
I don't see how that. I don't see how that was even relevant.
Any
to this.
objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of You had your hands on me after putting a phone in my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. Until fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
This is self-serving speech. She's giving herself a self-serving
I
speech.
don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. That's all I said. Just
you don't have to
call me
detail
a
what the abuse
liar.
is. That's
Just
kind of
don't say this isn't
I just want
real.
you to hurt me and not detail what that hurt was.
Because I'm the
You can be
walking proof
emotional
of
if you
it.
She is the proof. That's what she just said. She is the proof. She's walking proof.
F as in Frank.
But she's not a victim.
24:04 to 24:48, and move the admission.
All right, any objection?
She is the proof.
37F.
I have said only this from the very beginning. I only have
Believe me.
integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep that's what keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or even that this text message not actually happened, or that a security guard, who, by the way, was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
She's not on cross. This is direct examination.
And
I think they might be going to the end of the day.
About there, Amber.
Even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
way.
hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
let's go
Honor.
to
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry.
Here we go. We're approaching again.
Michelle, can you bring up Dep Exhibit 357G, plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28.
So you're just playing audio and it's asking,
move
what
the
do you feel
admission.
about this
I'm sorry.
audio?
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Oh, obviously, they're going to have to say they didn't see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
I will, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck that again. Yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast
pretty
forward into the
credulous about it,
July
actually.
2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about.
They
during that
stopped
time.
it because he asked her at the end of that,
What, if any, intent
have
did
you abused
have
me?
to
And she
reconcile with
doesn't
Mr.
answer
Depp
it.
at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I sustain the objection. Okay.
Please
What-
explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every day
Objection,
there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack. and I was
Calls for
trying to get it to
speculation,
stop.
lack of foundation.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls for
was,
speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stain just the last part of that. All right.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
he was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've
So-
never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned, that this would never it would never get completed, it would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was your
Sustained. Go ahead.
What was your understanding?
Yeah.
If I didn't
7
agree
million?
to a number, it would be overturned. So I
Number
took
could have been $1. It could have been
far less than what
$100,000.
they were offering
Right.
and what I
Yeah.
was
That's
entitled to.
I mean, seven. Was they say
And-
7
and
million?
why
Was
did
that,
you
was that,
donate it to
was that the
charity?
figure?
Here we
I
go. Why
promised
did
the
you donate to
entirety
charity?
of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future.
Remember, they asked her about
And then
the
he
money.
started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on.
Did you get the money to
I believe
charity?
So
That
I wanted
answer.
the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been
Remember,
saying
I'm a
that
victim.
since 2016.
She did ask about
So
the
why
money for
did
charity.
you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
All right.
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I've been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit, is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work that we're doing.
She
I
never
believe
asked the
that they
question, why didn't you give the money?
doing good work for people who
Right?
deserve
That's the
it.
question.
You're not going to get an answer. Yeah, that's
Why
their
did you
money.
make
That's
the
why.
donations
It's not
over
their
a
money.
period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to
Tax benefits, baby.
Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
But that's not part of the
And
settlement.
have you
so.
completely fulfilled
separate.
your donations to
Elon
the
on his own
ACLU
volition did
and
that.
the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have
So it's
spent over
his
$6
fault.
million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
Didn't give to the kids what I said.
Yeah, because I
Johnny.
can't get it. Because I spent money on the lawsuit. So Johnny's the reason why I didn't give the money to the kids. I was supposed to give it in 2016. I didn't. And then in 2019, when he was sued me, I had only given like what, 200,000 or 300,000 out of the 7 million. So I couldn't give no more because I was getting sued and I had to spend the money for the lawsuit. That is beautiful reasoning, right? That's beautiful. That's how you get out of it, right? Just blame it. Elon Musk's money, you can forget about it. This is crazy. Wow. That's how you get out of paying $7 million? She blamed Johnny for everything.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No accountability, even though she said that she, used to taking accountability. I mean, you would imagine at some point she could have contacted them and said, look, I know I pledged this much. I'm going to give you what I can in installments. I'm going through some legal issues right now. And that'd be the end of it. And then you could see that correspondence with the organizations. Okay, totally understand. And it wouldn't have come up. But it's just like, okay, well, whatever. Like that's, okay.
Can they call Elon? Yes, they can, but I think Elon's out of the jurisdiction, so I don't think they'll be able to get him. Because it's not if you can call him, it's whether you can get him to come testify. So I don't think you can get Elon to testify. Also, don't forget for my guest, Dragnot Silvis, his link is in both the title of the video and in the description. So if you guys would like to check out some of Drag's stuff, please click that link. I'd appreciate it. He doesn't get anything for this except for some notoriety. Same thing like what happens when I go to Legal Bytes stream or to Nick's stream. This is what we do. If you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget, like, share, subscribe, do all that great YouTube stuff, and check out my man Drag's channel. Also, Atlas VPN. pin link. I mean, pin comment in the chat. It's also in the description if you're looking for a VPN, looking for a cheap VPN, which has extremely great quality. Also gives you an ad blocker and a whole bunch of other great benefits. Click the link in the description. You get 82% off from Atlas VPN, which is less than like $2 a month. It's actually a really, really good deal. So those are, and again, thanks for the people at Atlas VPN. You guys are fantastic. All right, so right now, this is crazy. I think this is really crazy. Like she can't even take accountability for not giving the money. I would have respected it if it was like, yo, after the divorce, I didn't have any money coming in because this thing was going on. So I said, yo, I'm not going to give the $7 million because I kind of want to see how things play out. That I would respect it, right?
I would have even taken, look, I'm in the middle of a divorce. The media slandering me. I'm about to be sued again. Honestly, was not thinking about it. I knew I was aware that I made the promise, but in the midst of all this stuff, it honestly was not a priority for me. At the moment. But and then it says, okay, cool, which is understandable, right? So to just so it was Johnny's fault. Okay,
it's Johnny's fault.
All right.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on
His
your
fault.
pledges
His
and
fault.
donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something. He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I had shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film.
Big franchise.
And it
That's serious money.
introduced my character, and it provided the base.
Yeah, throw me your
for
email in the private chat.
Spinoff that followed it, but that was
Oh,
not a
people try to
reality
contact
at
me?
the time of shooting. Justice
No, I
League.
I'm gonna give you mods.
And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work.
Oh, you changed it
months
from Gasoline
early
Dreams.
and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it. and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was
check your
most
email.
successful DC film by its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the
Aquaman.
highest grossing film of DC films. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Oh, this is okay. Yes, mother count. Sorry.
And
You're
what
right.
was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
So you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest. The female
you were his mate.
was the female lead of the movie.
So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity
It
to
sounds
lend
more
my
like an
voice to
opportunist,
what I
not a-
thought
not a
was a
victim of
great
domestic
cause, which
violence
is
here.
just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time. Quite a political conversation and
All right,
cultural
check it out now.
conversation at the time, and I
The
was
email.
happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues, and I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems.
You signed an NDA.
for-
that was the
for
issue, right?
talking
You had an
about
NDA. Submit
what
it.
happens to women when
So you
or
wanted to
people
avoid
when they come
having the NDA
forward
issue.
and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
The focus
Where's he
shifted from
located?
hers or Johnny's safety,
Los Angeles,
and
California.
prioritizing that
How
to
did you know
herself
Eric
and other
George?
women.
Yeah.
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Now, this is the online version of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence.
So they're going to try to throw shade at the title. This is good.
That has
For
to
Amber Heard's
change.
side, this is good. They got to
What, if
stop
any, role
the.
did you play in this title?
None.
Yeah, they're smart.
What,
They got to get out of
if
that.
any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized.
But she shared the article though via
I'm
Twitter.
going to now ask
So
Michelle,
she
can
had
you bring
seen
up
it
plaintiff's
before,
exhibit 2?
before it got popular.
Yeah.
So she had seen it at some point that she had to in order to share
Already
it.
been admitted into evidence. Right?
She shared it. She shared it
And
on
this
Twitter.
is the-
That's how they got her with the
the
republication.
paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay.
Mm.
And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up plaintiff's exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we can publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not social media oriented?
What is this Twitter thing?
Tweet is
What is a tweet?
a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever
How did
typed
you know it was
the
for you if you didn't know
words
what the title was?
from that title?
No, I have not.
Yeah, she's pretending she didn't know what the
Now,
title
I'm going
was.
to ask you, let's go
But
back
she
to
somehow
number
knew it was
2,
for
claims
her
2.
about what she wanted to talk
I'm
about,
going
but
to go,
she didn't see the title.
I'm going to ask you,
And then retweeted
what,
it
if anything,
and pretend she
in
did. I
this
didn't read the
op-ed
title.
was
That's really
incorrect?
strange.
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention
Every word of it is true.
specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch,
Except for the stuff that's not.
and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can.
This is the ball game right here. If this
Then
is
2
false, then
years
she
ago,
loses.
I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay. And explain to me what you
The
meant.
good thing about this is
by
they're
that,
hammering the law now.
how
These
that was
statements are
for you.
true. And she's telling you how they're
I
true.
got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had
This is brilliant what she's doing now.
proof,
Now
and
explain
yet
why.
everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
they
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing,
Yep.
giving your name to this op-ed?
We are definitely going to go into this about the
None.
article.
It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about
The
me. It's
ACLU
about what
said
happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured.
so. The op-ed
once
wasn't about Johnny
I
Depp.
moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
So none of this. So the op-ed wasn't
I'm
about
going
Johnny.
to,
It was
you
about
can take
her.
that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to
Wow.
something about electronics and transparency.
And it was all true.
You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
All right, people. So listen, I do want to bring up something real quick. What she's done is she's moved the goalpost from abuse, which I think is brilliant on the Amber Heard team side. And before you guys get so crazy, understand what I'm saying. Before it was whether she was abused by Johnny. So she's saying it's not about whether she's abused or not by Johnny. She was talking about getting the restraining order, which did happen. And that when she got the restraining order, she became the face of domestic violence because she got the restraining order. That's what makes it true. Whether she was abused or not isn't the thing. So that is what she's going with.
3 statements that Mr. Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made.
She's
correct?
changed it. She's
Yes,
shifted it, which is a nice legal play.
I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask.
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just
sure.
real quickly.
We got to approach again.
Faster if we do
So,
this ahead of
so
time.
they went after now I think she's still going to have the problem with the republication of the title. The title's still going to be problematic, but she's saying everything is true. But she's changed it to, hey, there was no domestic violence in the past 5 years, to the statement is true because the statement was about one particular day, one particular incident, something that we all know to be true. 2 years ago, I went and got a domestic violence restraining order, and that's when I became the face of domestic violence. That legal, it's a switch from I just got to prove Johnny abused me once to I wasn't even talking about him abusing me. I'm just talking about this event. And then the other one, the nice little coach too. So that's how she's trying to wiggle her way out of those 2 statements. The I became a voice or the face of domestic abuse. And then the top one, she's mixed that one too. So I think it's an interesting strategy. And juries can buy that type of strategy. I don't know if this jury is going to buy it from what we've been hearing, but it's possible. It is very, very possible. Now, it looks like there's some exhibits that they are arguing over. Because you see, they keep showing the judge. And I think Elaine wants to get some hearsay evidence in. So, yeah. So what do you guys think? If I'm giving a fair analysis, all the other stuff she's saying is just fake and fraudulent. I think this piece about this one sentence in the article being about one specific event and not abuse in general, I think that's a smart argument for Amber Heard's team. I think that gets you to the point where that now becomes with that it's not an easy win on that. You've got to. I thought it was tough before, but now it becomes even harder because I think she's credibly giving you a reason why she's there. No, let me take down these super chats too.
So what the folks on Cross, can they just sort of point out like, hey,
of
you
course,
guys sort of switched your strategies now, right?
Of course.
Before it was he was an abuser, but now, oh no, the article's not even about that, even though it references a domestic violence call, but it's not about Johnny. It still is, but more now tangentially about him.
Yeah, and yes. Thank you for the stream. I don't always agree with you, Nate, but I do not doubt your intentions. More legal analysis on the actual article, please, which was coming up because this issue came up right here. But you're right, though. And I think that's where Amber team wins. Amber Heard teams wins if they can make this about the law and the article and not about this other stuff. So which is important. Why is she dressed like that? I don't know. She's dressed like a Bond villain today. I don't know.
By bringing up Defendants 1245.
All right, moving that into evidence. No objection. 1245 in evidence.
No objection.
And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail.
Oh, they had to redact a lot of that.
8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page. And perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through, and to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things.
The Daily Mail got shouted out.
I
They're a
mean,
hoax.
After everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was
What you read in
the
op-ed.
one who put that out in the world.
I don't
As remarkable as that is, I had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this
All
into
right.
evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com. And let's keep going.
So both sides had to allow this in because this is all hearsay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So both sides had to allow
So
this
Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I
But
didn't
you're
call
tuning that to
911.
who?
I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once, and I
But it
didn't
makes no
call them
sense. So
twice.
why take
I
all the
didn't rough up the place.
pictures?
I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the
So why
second
take
cops
all the
were coming.
pictures?
If I wanted to,
It doesn't
get
make
something from him,
sense.
I wanted to hoax
think
Johnny.
there's
Why
some
wouldn't I
truth
cooperate
to
with the
what
police? Wouldn't I say
Johnny
something to
Ford
the
saying,
police?
but I don't think that's the entire.
Wouldn't I do more damage
No.
to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it
But that's
in-
not. But that.
online when
I
there's
think
no
that
fact checking.
shows.
There's no
She's saying
authorities. There's no
the
one
stuff that's
able
knocked
to
over is
go,
nothing,
I
right?
can't respond.
I would have
I
done more
can't-
than that if I was trying to fake it, showing that it wasn't a
fight this
big
and
deal.
use these
She
sorts of
slipped up a
media
little
leaks
bit.
and these comments
Yeah.
to re-echo over and over
Yeah,
and
slip.
over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to echo
Objection, Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over again.
speculation.
Same PR machine she is now utilizing.
Yeah.
All right. And so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny.
I didn't call a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist, but I did call my lawyer, my contract lawyer. What?
fought really hard to
Does she
keep
not even know what she said? I
nearly
gotta
5
rewind that
years.
because that didn't make any sense. Hold on. I'm sorry, people. I know we're
closed
watching
doors.
this. I gotta rewind that just real quick because that just
Things
didn't
were
make
not
any
what it
sense.
looked
She
like.
didn't call her lawyer, just the other lawyer.
Yeah. Did she just say that?
Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years,
Okay.
which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
I don't think I went back far enough.
Michelle, can you take this one down and go to defendants 12?
I'm gonna go back real quick just to see. Did she say that?
I protected Johnny.
No, we gotta go back a little bit more.
That's what it
I
sounds
have
like. But
been-
yeah, let's listen to it again.
I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some
I'm gonna speed it
protection.
up a little bit.
And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246A. And I think I'm moving this
All
into
right.
evidence as well.
There's no objections to 1246A.
I just speed it up a little because I want to hear that part again.
This is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can.
So she goes through the articles here. I'm
And
trying
this
to
one
move
says,
it up a little
"Yep, they set Mr. Depp up by.
bit. Okay.
So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and then.
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny.
Because she didn't
Protected
tell
Johnny.
she didn't call her
I
attorney.
didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second
Okay.
cops were coming.
Okay.
If I wanted to get something from him, I wanted to hoax Johnny. Why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police?
Yes,
Wouldn't I do
you
more
would.
damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it
Okay.
in online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to echo
Objection, Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. And so.
Here we get to
what
it now.
In fact, did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police, like so many other people do.
Mm-hmm.
I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him.
Yes.
I did the opposite. And
Okay.
I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I
All right. I didn't have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. Let's keep it listening.
called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny.
Oh, so she
Oh.
didn't call a lawyer. She called an attorney. Okay, that makes sense now.
I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she's doing. That just didn't make any sense. Yeah, they're waiting. We're waiting for them.
So we'll move forward to my other question here. How were you, please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made? Beginning
So now she's trying to prove her. So
2020.
we know she's trying to prove her case now.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled. I'll allow.
It took hard work. It took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able
If
to
Amber
work
Heard started the
my
recording to
life
protect
back
herself,
on
but
track.
did not get mentioned
I was
again.
taking care of
Before
my,
that head and neck injuries from getting
myself
slapped and
emotionally,
choked
my
so
career. I was working
often.
really hard. I
She's
was able
lying.
to star in
Yeah.
a major success.
It's hard to believe she's telling the truth,
I worked
but
on a TV
we'll
series that
see.
I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on,
Maybe
I was
tomorrow.
awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended what I had shot.
Objection, Your Honor.
That she can testify to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with The Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was The Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I
Were you-
was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were
Okay.
canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2. Just
Objection compound.
That's correct.
okay.
Like so much going on in the
were
question.
you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
So everybody understands where we're at.
Actively scheduling
She's
after
trying to
these
prove her defamation claims with
No.
this. So this is
The
her.
communications stopped.
This is her showing the damages to her from
I'm
his
going
alleged
to-
defamatory statements. She lost Aquaman.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach?
So she's trying to prove her case. So she's trying to show that Aquaman 2, she seems to be out of Aquaman 2. Are you surprised about that? I didn't know she was out of Aquaman 2.
There's a petition, I think, with maybe 4.5 million people, I think, signed
wow.
it to get her up. And it's just based, right from what I saw, primarily on the audio of her admitting that she was beating Johnny Depp.
Which she says was not really what we heard. It's something else.
Yeah, it says she was just hitting him. She wasn't
Yeah.
punching him. So
Oh my God.
there's some nuance to that I guess doesn't constitute domestic violence or something. I don't know.
It seems like it.
That's interesting. I wonder if I would have an incident with my wife and a police officer showed us that I was just hitting her with my open hand. I wasn't punching her. I shouldn't go to jail, right?
Mary Griffin. Mary Griffin gets his, not Mary Griffin. Reed says, "Is this the Steve Kyle trial where they both lose?"
This. Yeah, we'll think Johnny Depp innocent, like he didn't do anything, but it's kind of the stuff that he's done gets overshadowed because she's so inconsistent and just clearly fabricating things.
Yeah, there's certain things that I think you gotta, and that's the problem when you get caught in one, it kind of brings that brush about everything else, and I think that's the problem that she's got right now because the brush is so broad about everything else.
I'm willing just to say, you know what, Johnny was probably more likely emotionally or psychologically abusive to her, or say actually verbally. Almost, I would say 90% sure he was very verbally abusive, even from the audio that we heard, right? And just sort of that passive aggressive aggression, even though he was angry at a situation in his own home, that could still kind of sort of, you know, be interpreted as abuse. But it is her admitting to physical violence on more than one occasion kind of overshadows it. So that's the hard part. There's no clear victim in this scenario.
Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, you know, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud. As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
1 million.
Okay. Then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And
So she had a
what was the
3-picture
fee
deal.
under the option agreement at that time?
2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury
The way she's looking at the jury looks weird
involved
too.
with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see. Yes, they did.
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in I believe, one live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
If you hear that Johnny
And what,
Five
if any, work have you been
knuckles-
able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
So she's
As I
showing that she
stated,
lost
I
money because
believe I've
of
only
the
done
alleged defamatory content.
one in-person event with them, and they couldn't
It
use the
says,
material.
hear that Johnny Five Knuckles shuffled
Let's talk
her
about the stand for a
with a
minute.
bloody
Let's pull up
finger, then attitude adjusted her
1263.
into the table. Johnny moonwalked out
And
while
this is
he
dated
smoked
July 3,
a joint.
2019.
It's a domestic violence joke.
And I
Ah,
believe you indicated
ah.
that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June.
This
Is
is,
that correct?
I heard she lost
And
Aquaman
what, if any,
when she
marketing
lost her
opportunities
wig.
were you participating in prior to?
You guys are cold.
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
$200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266.
May switching devices.
Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, when did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I think she can
Lack of foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. You know, they're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They didn't. Yeah, they just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to
She almost gave us Aquaman 2 spoiler.
beyond the $2 million?
There it was.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation,
It's
and hearsay.
responsive, Your Honor. She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, her emotional, the question was, your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day.
They tried to cancel me. They tried to shut me up. And they failed. America loves a comeback. So here I am, baby.
They threw us an ad.
Streaming weeknights only on Fox Nation.
We're watching an ad. Oh no.
So, you know, I have to be able to work from anywhere because I have restaurants everywhere. Sending that thing to a place in the other part of the universe, that's simple. That's brilliant. You cannot beat it.
This crazy ad. All right, come on.
I want to move on
We're
with
back.
my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Please, court is still in session. I need it to be quiet.
So it seems like we got some more to go after this.
Yeah, we might not get to cross today.
I don't think so. The way it's looking, it looks like cross-examination isn't happening. I just don't know. This is crazy.
All right.
But what do you think so far? Has
We'll come back at 3:25. Okay,
You know
thank
what? I do think it's a smart move for them to go, you know what? Hey, the article, wasn't all about just Johnny or nothing like that. It was me trying to tell my story about my life and things that have happened. It was taken for, political, social purposes outside of what I originally intended. And so this is how things just kind of spun out of control, right? It inadvertently may have impacted Johnny's life, but that wasn't the point. So yeah, this, because every time she gets on the stand, every time that I've heard some of her audio, she comes across as a manipulator and an opportunist. And I think that her legal counsel also are getting that feeling, and that's why we had a few people in the courtroom saying, they're looking at the jury, and the jury is not connecting with her because people pick up on that. Like I said, Johnny's personable. He's very amiable, amenable. Excuse me. That people understand that he can make the courtroom laugh, and that's not good. And so Amber appearing as a manipulator and an abuser at some points doesn't help her. So I think that it's smart on their side to sort of work that angle, but that's going to come at the cross when it's going to be a cross at the crossroads where you have people going, hey, here is the series of events, version 1 that Amber has laid out. Here's version 2. Here's version 3. Same thing with the defense. Here's where we were going before, where she's just telling her story. We know this is Johnny. We know this is his abusive nature, and she's just telling her tale. Oh wait, no, it really wasn't about Johnny. Like her legal team is doing the same thing that she does, and I don't think that's going to help them very much.
Yeah, I think they've left so much open to. It's just on one end we heard because it just doesn't fit within the overall narrative. On one end we heard the ACLU, and the ACLU clearly stated that everyone knew it was about Johnny Depp. It was like if this wasn't fooling anybody. And then she gets on and says it was obviously not about Johnny Depp. So it's like even her testimony conflicts with things that we know are obvious. And another problem I'm having with her testimony is that I it's she seems to be over exaggerating just so much, so many things that I don't think she needs to, and it comes off as not believable, but then she'll do something that makes me say, okay, that's believable. And it's like I gotta kind of, if I'm a juror and I gotta parse through all the BS, then at the end of the day, I'd rather it's easier for me not to believe anything you're saying than for me to try to decode it out of the line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think Viva was saying that earlier. It might have been Viva or another law tuber, where it's hard to follow her. Anytime that she's giving a story, what we normally do is, okay, let's put ourselves in that scenario. When she tries to tell a story about when somebody is holding something. I've noticed this. Anytime someone's holding something, it's never clear who's holding it. There's another instance where and I think there was a bottle in both cases I'm thinking about. There's an issue where she is telling you how she felt about a situation when she's being asked what happened. And so the focus is always on her and how she feels and her impression of people in this event. And there's a huge emphasis on certain emotions, like fear and terror and dread and sorrow and pity and all this other kind of stuff, but not a direct rendition of events from start to finish. And that's where Johnny's legal team ends up objecting and say, hey, this is a non-response, right? This is what she's going on this tangent, and she's describing emotions and feelings, but not facts.
So right now, because you're kind of the average juror, what I mean is that in this, you're not really seeing this from the political lens. You're looking at what's being. What if you now had to vote whether she's going to be liable or not? How would you vote for this?
Oof. She's liable. Like so one of the things that I've been listening for is her to take some sort of accountability in her role in putting out supposedly defamatory comments about Johnny Depp. At every point where she has done something that could impact his standing in the public, she does not take responsibility for it at all. And so that's sort of what I look for in my personal life. There's an incident between whatever 3-4 people who takes responsibility for their role in it being exacerbated. If there are people who are taking responsibility for what they did, I'm going to be more sympathetic towards them because they realize their role in it. people who are abusers and manipulators and people who want to get over will purposely push away any accountability, any personal accountability for themselves. And that's what I see Amber doing. I hear her giving lip service to accountability. But when it came to the op-ed, when it came to her sharing it on Twitter, you know, all of a sudden she didn't see the title. She found the article. She knew it was about her. She read it. You can clearly see that. But then when it came to her resharing it, retweeting it, all of a sudden she doesn't know what the title is. That's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit to me. So I think she knows exactly what she's doing. And this is just, it's ridiculous that she thinks it's insulting. It's insulting to the average Joe out there who goes, this doesn't seem right. We all know, if we've used Twitter, how Twitter works, or any social media, that you see a title and that's what you click. You're looking for that title. Maybe not the content, but you're looking for that title. For her to sit there and try to lie to people is insulting everybody's intelligence. So all right, folks. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. Thank y'all for showing up. We may not get to the cross today, but there's definitely some more direct to go on after this break. Nate has some real life stuff to take care of, as well as myself. If y'all want me back on the channel, just bombard Nate with messages and super chats and all that shit and let him know. So there we go. Okay, there you go. You back?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Any super chats come in? See if I can
I
read it.
didn't see it. I was about to close it out, man. No super chats. Nope. Oh, we got one here. Hi from Australia. If I was Johnny's lawyer, I would be asking, why did she do the Washington Post article? She had moved on, yet she needs to poke the bear further.
Yeah, I didn't understand that too. She made the whole big speech, right? The speech at the beginning about moving on, about putting all this behind me, about not wanting to even be involved with this. It seemed like after you sign the NDA and you come to that agreement, right? I'm assuming that everybody would be all good, but then it seems like she was the one that kind of restarted it. And I understand her testimony is that this had absolutely nothing to do with Johnny Depp. This had absolutely nothing to do with this. This was just about me, and one specific event, and that happens to be true. But I think you'd have to be a fool to not realize that this is what exactly he's suing for, because everybody knew it was about him. Even if she didn't believe it was about him, it's not about what she believes. It's what a reasonable person believed that article was about him, and that's true.
She didn't write the article for herself. She wrote that for an audience at large. And so her alluding to certain things, like, people know who she was married to for X amount of time. So even if she doesn't explicitly state who the person was, nor does she explicitly state what the abuse is, people can read between the lines, right? And so it's all there.
Yeah, and I think that's the part that's, because if she'd have just said, hey, listen, I wanted to write the op-ed. I took Johnny's name out of it because I wanted to at least share my story in the most mundane way possible, without including Johnny, because I've had many other boyfriends and stuff. He's my first boyfriend, so I didn't know if anybody would put two and two together. That I could believe. Okay, yeah, now we get the reasonable person test. But this whole thing where I absolutely wrote it, I put 2 years ago, and it was absolutely not about Johnny. But then on the back end, even with her explanation, it really was about Johnny, because it was about the order, the restraining order she got against him. So it's just like, I don't know. It's confusing, but I think that she's helped her case today in one very unique way, in trying to remove abuse from those last two and just say these are true because this actually happened. And I think that was a good legal strategy, but I'm not sure how it's going to help them with the jury.
Yeah,
You know what I
it's
mean?
more defensible for them, but the cross should pick up on that and say, hey, we're moving the goalposts yet again. This is because you have failed on these grounds in the past. And so I would, if I was Johnny's legal team going up on cross, I would open up with sort of a chronology of what the defense has tried to state, has insufficiently provided evidence for, and that they need to make these subsequent changes because of that.
Yes. Well, listen, right now, everybody. Oh, good. Read this last super chat. We're going to get out of here.
See, a woodworker proved that her chipped bed frame that Johnny assaulted her on could have splintered from Johnny's boot, the brutal attack on the bed.
I don't know what was up with her. The bed. It's this whole bed, and so I understand what she's trying to do, but I think the win here will be to acknowledge both people were horrible people. Johnny Depp is no angel.
No.
Amber Heard is no angel. If you go in, if Heard's team goes in with that premise, it's believable, right? Because Johnny went in with the premise: I'm a bad guy, she's a bad girl, but she's actually worse because she does this and I don't do this. That's what his strategy was. Her strategy was, no, I'm a good girl, he's a bad boy, and everything I've been doing was to protect and help him. I wrote the op-ed to protect these other people. I didn't give the money to charity because Johnny's fault. Like, everything is his fault. That's what I'm saying. Just anytime she concedes one of those points, it makes her more believable. But because she doesn't want to concede those points, it doesn't make her believable.
No, she offers no concessions, and that doesn't help her image at all because it makes her less believable. There's plenty of complexities when it comes into any relationship, much less the violence inside of or abuse inside of a relationship. And so people understand that, yeah, you know what, there's no perfect victims, there's no perfect abusers, but the reality of the situation is you have one defendant, or excuse me, you have one person in that courtroom who is suing another, right, for defaming their character. That person has already admitted to many ills in their own life and many faults, and then the other is painting herself in a picture that does not represent reality. So, who are people going to believe?
Yeah. Well, with that said, for those of you who are here at the 6 hour 50-minute mark, thank you guys for watching. I got to go pick up some children and take care of some other things. But tomorrow I'll be doing this again. I think tomorrow's going to be the last day because I'm just going to watch the cross-examination. Then I'm going to go back to my wheel of going around. I'm not sure if Drag's going to watch any more of this thing to me tomorrow, but he's more than welcome and definitely can. For those of you who are still in the chat, don't forget Atlas VPN. Get the 83% off. Link is in the description and it's a pinned comment in the chat. Thanks again for Atlas VPN for sponsoring the stream.
Yes.
Don't forget to check out my man Drag. Again, he's in the title of the video and in the description. I had to go back into because I went back and I didn't see it. I was like, let's go. So I had to go back and do it again. But it's there now. So just click on the link either in the description or in the title, and it takes you right to his channel. Check him out. Thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you guys for everybody who also super chatted. Thank you guys so much for that. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. We're gonna try to do it one more day. So thanks again. Drag Industry.
See you, folks. Bye.